Rosie. Test one.
Audio check. Checking 1, 2. Audio check.
Good evening, everybody. I know. Good evening, everybody. Can you please put your phones on silent before we start? That way we can have no interruptions, especially during our amazing presentations. And with that, it is 5 o'clock. I call this meeting to order. Is Mr. Dempsey, you're taking roll call? Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, can you please take roll call?
Mr. Lira,
Present.
Mr. Morales,
Here.
Ms. Flores,
Present.
President Murillo,
Present.
and I'm present. We have established a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Rodriguez, can you please read the mission statement?
The Gadsden Independent School District will provide diverse educational opportunities that empower students to be successful in an ever-changing world. El Distrito Escolar Independiente de Gadsden brindará diversas oportunidades educativas que capacitarán a los estudiantes para tener éxito en un mundo cambiante.
Thank you. Moving on to Superintendent District Updates and Recognition, Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, thank you for joining us this evening. The first item that I have, I'm sorry, Madam President, with your permission, I'd also like to make a little bit of an adjustment to my updates. Items C and D which are specific recognitions associated with CTE. I'd like to move those a little bit later. I'm trying to help our principal get here because she wants to recognize her students. And so students, please, families, don't leave us. We'll get you. I haven't forgot you, okay? First item we have is Battle of the Books and winners, and this is Mr. Beach is going to help us with this particular item.
Good afternoon, Board President Murillo, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. It is my pleasure today to present the 2025 Battle of the Books winners. For their hard work, we have a Battle of the Books medal, a certificate of achievement, and travel bags of some goodies for them. Helping me tonight is the lead librarian for the district and librarian at Gadsden Middle School, Denise Maldonado.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Mr. Dempsey, esteemed board members, and guests. My name is Denise Maldonado, and I serve as the district lead librarian for the Gadsden district. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to recognize some of our amazing young readers. Tonight, I'm honored to recognize 6 dedicated students who completed the New Mexico Battle of the Books reading list. Battle of the Books is a statewide program that encourages students to read 20 carefully selected books spanning a variety of genres and reading levels. While these students were not able to participate in the official competition, this year they accepted the challenge and read some of the titles on their own. To celebrate their dedication, I calculated the total number of words they read because every word counts when it comes to building literacy and a lifelong love of reading. I think the students are celebrating already their summer break, so I don't think they're here today, but I would love to still applaud them in this remarkable achievement. From North Valley Elementary, we have Francisco Mesa. He read a total of 60,920 words. From North Valley also, we have Mia Marufo. She read a total of 101,145 words. Also from North Valley, we have Noraya Barreiras. She read a total of 180,215 words. From Vado Elementary, we have Roberto Garcia. He read 203,100 words. Also from Vado Elementary, we have Brianna Ibarra. She read 239,935 words. And our top reader from North Valley is Miranda Lerma. She read 322,765 words. I would also like to recognize Ms. Lujan. She has been a Battle of the Book sponsor for 26 years. Thank you so much.
Ms. Maldonado, do we have any of those students here? Do you know?
One of them is running late, and he's on his way, but he thought it was at the school, but he's on his way over here, so we're going to wait for him.
If you want to, when he does arrive, just let us know and we can pause and get a picture with him. Is that okay with the board?
I think that would be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, our next item, this is Alta Vista Early College High School and Doñana Community College. And there's several representatives from Alta Vista Early College here this evening. What I would remind the board, I did a statement and I want to highlight the partnership that we have with Doñana Community College. And I think it's really important to emphasize because without their partnership, we don't have an early college high school. And so I'll read this recognition statement. We proudly congratulate Alta Vista Early College High School for being recognized by the New Mexico Public Education Department as the top performing high school in New Mexico based on graduation rates. This outstanding achievement is a testament to the dedication, hard work, and academic excellence of the students, educators, and leadership at Alta Vista. This success would not be possible without strong and enduring partnership with Doña Community College, whose collaboration provides students with the invaluable early college experiences and a head start on their higher education journey. I commend Alta Vista for setting a shining example of what is possible through innovation and partnership in education. Congratulations to the entire Alta Vista community and Doña Community College community on this remarkable accomplishment. Okay, thank you. Like I mentioned, we're going to move C and D. And so the next item I have is our attendance challenge results. Ms. Villalobos, I think your team is a big part of this.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. We would like to, this is part of the team of the attendance. Our coordinator, Ms. Cumplido, cannot be here today because she has a personal issue to attend, and some of the attendance advocates are also missing because of personal agendas that they have right now, personal issues that they have to attend. But good part of this amazing team is here. Come closer, guys. This is the amazing thing that every day are trying to bring our kids to school. What they're going to present to you today is a couple of weeks ago, they went to Santa Fe representing the district. They have been highlighted a lot. They're going to tell you about two students. Are they here? One of our students is here. The other one hopefully arrives very soon. And they're going to tell you the amazing challenge with these two kids that were highlighted at the state level because they were able to come back to school after a very high rate of chronic absenteeism. So we have two successful stories. Besides that, they're going to share with you what this attendance challenge that you were looking at on the website and on the social media. We're going to recognize the winners of this attendance challenge. And with you, let me introduce the team: Mr. Eddie Soto, Ms. Cynthia Arellano, Ms. Casi Maldonado, Mr. Adriano Ortegón, Mr. Iván Muñiz, and Mr. José Quesada, who's going to start. Ok, y los dejo con el equipo, and that's the clicker.
I'm just going to pick this up. Good evening, Madam President Murillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. Gadsden ISD is proud to share that here at Gadsden, we are all about excellence. We recently had an opportunity to highlight Gadsden at the New Mexico Attendance Conference. We shared systems and supports that are in place and available for Gadsden students. 4 students of our high schools were invited to present a journey to attendance improvement. Out of all students that were invited to attend, only 2 were able to join us. They presented their attendance journey and answered questions to help New Mexico leaders and stakeholders understand how to best support students who are struggling with attendance. We are extremely proud of our students. At this moment, I would like to invite Ms. Bayen, principal at Desert Pride Academy, to introduce her attendance champion. Ms. Bayen.
Good evening, Madam President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My student is Emily Palacios. She improved her attendance tremendously coming from another school, and Desert Pride gave her a new, fresh start for her. And I was amazed and proud of Emily that she came every day. She was only absent one day, and that's why she was sick. Emily?
I thank everybody in DPA for the support I had in my senior year. Thank you.
The next student that we would like to recognize is from Santa Teresa High School. She here? Okay. Ms. Hannah Aguirre, I'm going to allow Ms. Suggs to introduce her, the principal at Santa Teresa High School.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Dempsey, and board members. I am honored to introduce to you Hannah Aguirre. I'm going to tell you a little anecdote with Hannah. So last year, Hannah and I, she made it to level 4 intervention, which is straight to Ms. Suggs' office. Okay, we had lots of conversations. Things were not changing, and I got desperate. I got so desperate that I called her aunt, who is her guardian, and said, if Hannah's gonna come to school, you need to come with her. That's just the bottom line. Hannah did not look at me for a couple of days, right? But now it ends on a positive note. I'm gonna let Ms. Ana Perez, who's one of our attendance clerk, tell you a little bit of how much of a change Hannah has come around.
Good afternoon, Board. The only thing that I can really recall on Hannah is that we would constantly be calling her guardian to let her know that she was absent. And then this year we were like really amazed, and the first thing I said, like, Hannah has been here every single day. So I was really proud of her.
So yes, you heard right. She made it to the 175 days of school, because seniors get out 5 days early, every single day. So I'm very, very, very proud of her.
I'd like to thank Ms. Suggs and the rest of the administration at Santa Teresa High School. You're welcome.
Up next is attendance advocate Jose Quesada. He's going to discuss the attendance challenge here.
So, good evening, Madam President Murillo, GISD board members, Superintendent Dempsey. So once again, my name is Jose Quesada. I'm an attendance advocate, and I'll be providing an overview of the Gadsden ISD attendance challenge. So us attendance advocates, we mainly focus on chronic absenteeism. So we're always talking about chronic absenteeism. But for the improved attendance challenge, we wanted to focus on the attendance rather than the absenteeism. And we wanted to celebrate those schools with improved attendance. So at this attendance challenge, we had to divide the schools by clusters. We divided cluster A by the high schools, right? Alta Vista, Desert Pride, Chaparral High School, Gadsden High School, and Santa Teresa High School. For cluster B, we divided by the middle schools, Chaparral Middle School, Gadsden Middle School, and Santa Teresa Middle School. And we divided the elementaries by region. Cluster C, Chaparral Elementary, Desert Trail Elementary, Sunrise Elementary, and Yaga Heights Elementary. Cluster D, Alta Vista, Berino, Gadsden Elementary, Loma Linda, North Valley, and Vado. And for cluster E, Desert View, La Union, Riverside, and Santa Teresa Elementary. So for the data collection on the attendance challenge, the schools were compared, the school average daily attendance, which comes from the attendance from the beginning of the school year, which is July 31st, 2024, to the day prior to the attendance challenge, which was April 11th, 2025. And we compared these numbers to the attendance challenge period, which lasted for 3 weeks. It started on April 14th, and it ran all the way to May 2nd. So the report was generated on the following school day, reflecting data from the previous school day. What we mean on this is that Power School takes 24 hours to sync data. So we had to use the following day to reflect the previous day data when it comes to attendance. And the data was entered into the GISD Attendance Challenge 2024-2025 document. If we could please open that document, it's a link.
Do you mean that document that's in the middle of this screen?
Yes.
It's not a link.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and explain it, okay? So we had a spreadsheet for this document, and on column A, we had all the schools divided by the clusters. On column B, we had the starting rate for each school that they were supposed to improve, like from that starting rate, from the base rate. Towards the bottom of the spreadsheet, there was cluster E, which unfortunately there was no positive improvement. And other than the data, the updates were sent via remind to parents, and the Attendance for Success social media pages, which we have a TikTok, Instagram, and a Facebook page. And now I will introduce my coworker, attendance advocate, Ivan Muñiz, who will be introducing the winners of the attendance challenge.
Good evening, Madam President Murillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, and we want to ask please to the representatives of the school to come to take the recognition for every school, please. And the winners are at elementary level, the cluster C is Desert Trail. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes. For the cluster D, the school is Loma Linda Elementary. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. At secondary level, for the middle schools, Chaparral Middle School. Sorry, maybe they are not here. So at high schools, Desert Pride Academy. Very much.
Recuerde mi sorpresa.
Ya sé. And the winners continuing here, we have Santa Teresa High School with the most improvement chronic absenteeism. Yeah.
And I just want to say, I think we would have won DPA, but we had 3 senior ditch days. So I just want to say that, okay? And prom on a Friday.
And the elementary school with the lowest absenteeism rate is La Unión Elementary.
Good evening, Madam President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. I'm Cassandra Maldonado, an attendance advocate, and I am here to thank our parents, students, staff, and community members for their enthusiasm in their participation in this attendance challenge. Without them, it would not have been as successful as it was. On behalf of Ms. Cumplido, I would also like to thank our Attendance for Success team for raising to the challenge, embracing change, and working tirelessly to improve attendance. Your dedication to hard work and making a real difference in students' lives. As behalf of the Attendance for Success team, we would like to thank Ms. Cumplido for her leadership and guidance through everything. Thank you.
And this concludes our presentation.
They're going to want a picture of this.
Okay, our next item, recognition of CTSO's competition results. Mr. Wogomuth.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, it's my pleasure to be back up here on behalf of our secondary schools and principals. As I'd mentioned previously, we have CTSOs, or Career Technical Student Organizations, that are basically the clubs that are associated with all of our CTA pathways at our high schools. And so annually they attend regional and state competitions, typically February through April. Based on those results, students will then attend a national competition. Those range from April to July. So this evening, you're going to get to hear the results from Alta Vista Early College High School, who already attended their national competition and did a wonderful job. And we'll hear from each of the other high schools about the results of their state competitions, so you'll have a preview of what's going to be coming up this summer. And I think a couple other may have also been to national competitions. So I know Ms. Principal Gensler is on her way from campus, but I'm going to go ahead and introduce the BPA sponsor from Alta Vista Early College High School, Ms. Candice Brinegar.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, and guests. At the National BPA Convention in Orlando just a couple of weeks ago, Alta Vista senior Alexa Chavez was elected to serve as the National Vice President of Business Professionals of America. This is an extraordinary honor, not just for her, but for our school, our entire district, and the state of New Mexico. And I just want to say this accomplishment did not come easily. Alexa faced a rigorous election process at the national level. She endured an intense caucus where she met with representatives from every state, answering challenging questions and sharing her vision for the organization. She also completed a series of interviews, a written exam, and other requirements designed to test her knowledge, professionalism, and leadership abilities. This summer, Alexa will attend Executive Officer Training in Columbus, Ohio, and the Growth and Development Summit in Nashville, Tennessee. What Alexa accomplished is rare. It required grit, resilience, and a true commitment to service. She is a role model for our students, a leader in every sense, and a testament to what's possible when passion meets preparation. Please join me in congratulating Alexa Chavez.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Dempsey, and guests. It is an honor to be before you today. This year, Alta Vista Early College High School hosted the VPA Regional Competition for the first time in New Mexico State University. It was an incredible opportunity for our students and the community to engage with career and technical organizations on higher levels. Our BPA chapter grew significantly this year, with 24 active student members, and we are proud to say that every single one of them qualified for state in Albuquerque, New Mexico. From there, 18 students qualified for the National Leadership Conference in Orlando, Florida, where they competing among 5,200 of the best and brightest students from across the country and the world. We want to express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Wogomuth and the district leadership for their continuous support, because without their financial help, we wouldn't have had the opportunity of this life-changing experience, and it wouldn't have been possible. While we are proud of every student who competed, we wanted to recognize those who reached national finalists and walked the stage. Placing 12th in graphic design promotion, Jamilet Hernandez. She was unable to be here today. In 9th place in digital media production, Anthony Gomez. In sixth place in presentation team, Kaylan Paz. She wasn't able to be here as well. Severa Gonzalez and myself, Alexa Chavez. And finally, our first place national winners, these students who are only freshmen competed against over 40 teams at the national level and came out on top. In first place in small business management team, Isabel Maldonado wasn't able to be here as well. Rogelio Betancourt is in a national competition for Mesa, and Kenneth Paz, who is right here. These young people are tomorrow's leaders, and this program is taking them into the professionals they will be in the future, innovators and change makers for this world. Thank you for continuing to support our programs like BPA that open doors and build futures and change lives to us, the students. Thank you.
He turned it off.
Yes. So we have Mr. Francisco Mesa right here and Roberto Garcia.
Madam President, members of the board, we'll continue on with our CTO recognitions. To introduce her staff, Principal Danielle Rodriguez.
Good evening, members, President Murillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. It's my honor to recognize and introduce some of our teachers joining us tonight. Mr. Ron Richmond. He's going to tell us about his fabulous CTSO.
Good evening, President Murillo, board members, Mr. Dempsey, Superintendent, you know who you are. I had TSA this year. We went to New Mexico State and we had a really good turnout, and we had, for forensic science, we won first place. And this is the 16th state championship in a row for my programs, either with skills or TSA. I just want to throw that in there. I don't know how to use this. Oh, here it is. And I'd like to introduce you to Julissa Cervera and Jocelyn Herrera. And I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. But these two ladies have won a chance to go compete at Nashville, Tennessee. And we'll be going on June 27th to Nashville, Tennessee to try to get some more bling if we can, but also to have that experience. And I'm very proud of these two ladies. And their work and their dedication, their grades, everything else has been wonderful, and they deserve this opportunity.
Next up, we wanted to showcase FCCLA. Ms. Garcia couldn't be with us tonight, but is Ms. Cara Rios here? Okay, I'll talk a little bit about them if that's okay. So FCCLA, we had 4 wonderful girls, and they ran for office for the state of New Mexico. So we had 2 winners, and they went through a very rigorous process as well. So we wanted to showcase Cara Rios y Fuentes. She got gold in sports nutrition. Priscilla Martinez, teaching strategies. And then our 2 VPs, if you would, for FCCLA is Nicole Castro. She is the VP of Finances, and Irene is the VP of Community Service. So those ladies will be serving us at the state level, which we are very proud of. And then we have Ms. Longston, and she'll tell us about HOSA.
Good evening. They told me how to address you guys and I forgot. So sorry. This is my first time. So I have our HOSA girls here. This is our first year for HOSA at Chaparral High School. We took 8 girls to state, and 3 of them got 3rd place in public health awareness. So they will be going to nationals in Nashville on June 18th to compete. Oh, sorry. So we have Yesenia Chavira, Sarah Rizzo, and Annalie Rodarte. She's not here this evening, but Sarah and Yesenia are here.
Thank you so much. That concludes our programs. And we have Priscilla from FCCLA.
Okay, moving on, we're going to now hear from Principal Legarreta regarding her staff and competitions.
Good afternoon, President Murillo, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. I have Ms. Victoria Perry, our assistant principal in charge of CTE, helping me with this item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. It's my honor to introduce the dedicated CTSO advisors of Gadsden High School. Individuals who have invested countless hours in guiding and supporting their students. We have Ms. Lorena Valdez, Advisor of Educators Rising. Ms. Isela Palomares, Advisor of DECA. Ms. Aragon, Advisor of National Technical Honor Society. Mr. Carlos Enriquez, Advisor of Skills USA. Ms. Milan, Advisor of Technical Student Association. Mr. Anthony Sapien, and Ms. Amanda Holguin, Advisors of ProStart and FCCLA. These advisors have devoted significant time and effort in preparing their students for success. At this time, they will share the results of their students' achievements in competitions throughout the school year. Sorry, Ms. Aragon's not here. So Ms. Aragon is the advisor of the National Technical Honor Society, and this is Ms. Jocelyn Mendoza Quintana. She received the John H. Podent Scholarship this year. We are proud to celebrate Jocelyn, who has been selected as a recipient of the prestigious 2025 scholarship. She received $1,000 in honors. So let's give a round of applause to Ms. Jocelyn.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Aragon and Ms. Valdez for making this possible.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam President, Superintendent Dempsey, and community members. My name is Isela Palomares, and I serve as the Marketing and DECA Advisor at Gadsden High School. I founded our DECA chapter back in 2007, and since then, I've had the privilege of guiding students to national competitions nearly every year. DECA is a highly competitive international career and technical student organization. This year, DECA reached a historic milestone with over 26,000 competitors from around the globe, the highest participation in its history. I'm proud to share that this year, Janice Martinez earned first place in our state competition in the category of Hospitality and Tourism Professional Selling. Janice, who will be entering her junior year, has been a dedicated member of DECA for the past 2 years. We already attended our national competition, where she proudly represented not only Gadsden High School, but our district with the utmost professionalism, dedication, and excellence. Thank you.
Good evening. Educators Rising is a national organization that was brought to New Mexico by the late Dr. Karen Trujillo. We also have a curriculum that we follow, and so the students that are in Educators Rising are in the classrooms as well. They have on-the-job training within our feeder elementary school. So this year we were blessed to be partnered up with Loma Linda Elementary and Anthony On Track, the pre-K. And overall, our students have over 50 hours each of internship, totaling over 1,000 hours of internship this school year. We did go to state competition, and our national qualifier, Selena Hernandez, for lesson plan and delivery of the humanities. Jocelyn Mendoza Quintana for job interview. And then a team competition, the public service announcement teacher recruitment, Ashanti Herrera, Areli Rivera, and Melanie Torres.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. Family Career Community Leaders of America is a national career technical student organization that focuses on preparing students for careers in family and consumer sciences, including areas like culinary arts, education, hospitality, and human services. Through FCCLA, students develop leadership skills, explore career pathways, and compete in STAR events that challenge them to apply what they've learned in real-world scenarios. We'd like to thank the support of our administrators, staff, and district staff, to whom without their support, this wouldn't be possible. This year, our chapter had a record-breaking year with over 30 active members. Of those 30, 26 members attended and competed at the State Leadership Conference in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And of those 26, 16 placed first or second in their event categories, qualifying them to attend nationals this year in Orlando, Florida. In addition to that, our chapter received gold status for the largest membership increase in our state of New Mexico. We'd like you to please join us in recognizing the following members who will be competing this summer. In baking and pastry, we have Eileen Terrazas and Francis Ruiz. In career investigation, we have Delilah Montenegro. For event management, we have Jaden Arroyo and Nathaniel Olguin. Fashion design, we have Alexandra Ramirez. For FCCLA chapter website, we have Giselle Guzman and Yvette Hernandez. With food innovations, we have Brenda Delgado. Interior design, Sofia Garcia. Nutrition and wellness, Diego Barreras and Ruben Ortega. Promote and publicize, Sergio Quintana and Danny Ramirez. And in repurpose and redesign, Elizabeth Mota and Richard Ibarra. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm proud to share that this year, 6 of our ProStart students at Gadsden High School have chosen to continue their post-secondary education in the exciting world of culinary arts by enrolling in culinary arts and hospitality and tourism programs at Doniana Community College and New Mexico State University. 2 of them, Brenda Delgado and Danny Ramirez. This year, those students were presented with knife kits to help them in their start of their career. As Brenda has told me numerous times, she is not going to be a chef, she's going to be a businesswoman. So this year, our students have had the opportunity to compete in Cook Around the World competition at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, an international culinary showcase where students present dishes representing global cuisines. And Gadsden High School proudly represented New Mexico and brought home several top honors. In first place, they placed appetizer in the appetizer category, Second place in the entree category, and Chef Nora's Judges Award for outstanding bok choy utilization and breading technique on the entree. In total, 11 GHS students have now chosen to pursue their education beyond high school, which is a powerful reflection of the impact and reach of our CTA programs at Gadsden High School and throughout GISD. These students have not only developed technical skills, but have also built confidence, leadership, and passion that is driving them forward towards successful futures in the culinary hospitality industries. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Mr. Enriquez couldn't be here, but he's the advisor of Skills USA. And the purpose is to evaluate each competitor's preparation for employment and recognize outstanding students for excellence in their field of automotive service technology. And this year, Angel Salas received a scholarship to the General Motors Manufacturer Training Program, and he will start May 26th at Cesparro GMC. Yeah. And Ms. Milan is not here as well, but she is the advisor of TSA, and it is the National Career and Technology Student Organization for middle school and high school students. This year, 10 members attended the State Leadership Conference and in Las Cruces and represented Gadsden High School to the highest standards. Way to go, TSA. Ready for a picture?
And Madam President, now on to Mrs. Suggs to introduce her staff and students.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. For my presentation, I have asked Mr. Villagrana, Assistant Principal, not for long, at Santa Teresa High School that oversees our CTE department.
Madam President Murillo, Superintendent Mr. Dempsey, guests, at my first year as assistant, overseeing the CTE program, I'm amazed and happy to see the dedication of our students and the hard work of our Skilled USA team. Their commitment and their effort have been instrumental in reaching out the national level. And I couldn't be more proud, and I want to thank Mr. Rincon and Mr. Soria for their leadership and support through this journey. Now let me introduce to Mr. Rincon and Mr. Soria, who will share more about the program and its incredible opportunities.
Madam President Murillo, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent Dempsey. Okay, so this year we got like more than 90 members between welding, criminal justice, culinary arts, and graphic design and architectural drafting. So on our gold medal achievements, second year in a row is Camila Reyes, Kayla Evans, and my son, Javier Rincon Troitiño. Right, they're gonna go to nationals. The second qualifiers for nationals is gonna be Cyan Cadena and Roman Ramos, Miss Ramos' son, right? Okay. Entrepreneurship is Camila Cárdenas Sosa, Bella Llamas, Ceila Navedo, and Brandy Gonzalez. Architectural drafting, Brandy Gonzalez. Technical drafting, Brian Hernandez. Okay, the next one, please. Okay, health is Alina Treviño, Abigail Jensen, and Christian Urrutia. Okay. Career pathway display engineering, Tamara Quinata, Liliana Loya, and Carlos Cisneros. Career pathway agriculture, Gabriel Garcia, Héctor Rivera, y Brian Hernandez. Okay, the highlights here is that we took 27 students, right? 14 females, 13 males, right? Competing on 11 categories, and emphasizing that equity on gender and girls on non-traditional careers. Okay, and then from those 3 females students, they got gold medals, 8 females silver medals, 2 males gold medals, and 6 6 male students, they earn silver medals. So one thing that I want to say as a proud sponsor is Santa Teresa is full of talent. There's it's just rising there, and it's going to keep growing. It's going to keep growing. Okay. And hopefully Javier, Kayla, and Camila, they get back the gold like on a second year in a row from nationals. No pressure, right? No pressure, but okay, we're going to do our best. And then thank you to Ms. Suggs helping us with the funding, and our district for helping us with the funding, letting us go again for that great experience for them. CTS, a student that's like enter CTSOs, they're more likely to finish college and proceed to next steps that going further on their lives. Okay. They're going to be for sale. They're going to be for sale. Mr. Story is going to make a little extra announcement.
Yeah, Sam, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't have anything on the slides. So this year, Computer Graphics this is our first year competing in skills. We joined Skills USA this year. We had 1 gold medal, Carol Hulgeen, and she did that in advertising design. We had a 2nd place silver in commercial communication and arts. And then finally, we did have a 2nd place in news broadcast production. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, great recognitions. Our next item, Mental Health Awareness Month. Ms. Villalobos is going to help us and her team.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. As you know, this month is the month that we celebrate mental health awareness. And on the last years, we have been working very hard trying to provide a strong thing and a strong service to our students, trying to provide more support to our SEL programs. I would like to introduce to you the team that coordinates everything here is, we have an amazing coordinator for social emotional learning, Ms. Alma Forti, and a counselor specialist, Ms. Mary Lou Mendoza. So together they have been coordinating everything related with the CL in the whole district. One of the departments that we have here besides counselors is the mental health therapist, all this amazing team, if you can come. So I'm going to let Ms. Forey introduce you all this amazing, because I really keep telling all the time, this is the dream team, what we have here with these 6 individuals. They are amazing, and they're going to have a beautiful presentation for you so that you know what they do. Thank you, Ms. Forey.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. It is my pleasure to be here and to introduce our team of our mental health therapists. As Ms. Villalobos indicated, I am super proud of this team because not only do we support, right, this is a team who is actually able to provide therapy in the schools, right? They support the social emotional learning pieces, the trauma-informed care, the suicide prevention, bullying prevention. You know, we can go on and on and on, but at the end of the day, you know, without them, and we know that students are not able to learn if they are not in a good place. And so I want to introduce, first of all, I know Ms. Villalobos, we have Mary Lou Mendoza, and she is our specialist, our school counseling specialist. We have Anthony Rodriguez, and he is our mental health therapist, and he supports the Gadsden High School and feeder campuses. Mr. Conrad Bobadilla, he supports Santa Teresa High School and Santa Teresa feeder campuses. We also have, come over this way, team. We have Brandon Ordonez. He supports the Chaparral High School and feeder campuses. We have Ms. Rosana Moulton, and she supports the DPA and Alta Vista Early College and some elementary schools in there as well. Ms. Miriam Zavala, she is our middle school, Chaparral, and 7th grade for Gadsden Middle. And then our newest addition to the team is Ms. Angelica Montes, and she supports our Santa Teresa middle schoolers and our 8th graders at Gadsden High for Gadsden Middle School. So we have a quick presentation for you, and Anthony Rodriguez is going to kick us off with that.
Good evening, Madam President Murillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, and our students, parents, and staff. We are very happy to be here on this day. We're here to support mental health awareness. It is work that we take great pride in doing throughout the year. We are very fortunate to be here with all of you. As they mentioned, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. I'd like to share just 2 statistics with you. According to the National Council for Mental Well-Being, 50% of all lifetime mental illness begins by age 14. That is one of the populations that we focus on and serve in the Gadsden District. And by 75% by age 20, and 75% by age 24. 1 in 6 youth has a mental health condition, but only half of them get treatment. Gadsden Independent School District in 2022, with the support of our leadership, Mr. Dempsey, and yourselves, the board members, began a proactive approach. What can we do to support our students in our schools? As you know and you're well aware, there is a crisis, an emotional mental health crisis. And as a result of that, the district had 3 mental health therapists initially at 3 of the comprehensive high schools. Today, you see a team of 6. We've already done the introduction. We included our contact information for you. It also has the feeder pattern, our email addresses, and we're available if there's any questions or concerns to talk with you. So what does a mental health therapist do? We're part of a school support team, a comprehensive support team that includes counselors, federal social workers, attendance advocates, special ed social workers, and our nurses. We are part of that team. When a referral comes to a mental health therapist, they come from our multi-layered system of support, level 2 interventionists, which is your counselors, your principals, even our colleagues, the federal social workers. In their work, they might identify a student that needs maybe more intensive support, like the support of a mental health therapist. All of our mental health therapists are licensed clinical social workers. We have one therapist who's on a provisional license for her clinical social work, but she will be testing very soon. So soon we'll have a team of independently licensed providers. The services we provide include a comprehensive assessment of the student and their needs. With the student, we develop an individualized behavioral health plan. We provide them with individual or group therapy. We also support students in crisis. In a minute, we'll talk about how we define crisis in our district. We collaborate with campus teams, with teachers, with administrators, with the nurses, and other school support providers like the social workers and the counselors. We also provide progress monitoring and adjust the plan accordingly. You know, if the student is maybe needing more support, we can provide more support. In addition, we consult with our SAT teams and the 504 teams. So how do we define a student in crisis? Certainly, we can have any number of emotional crises, right? But in our line of work, we define a student in crisis as a student who is at risk of harming themselves, maybe having suicidal thoughts or suicide ideation, or harming someone else. That constitutes a student who is in crisis who needs immediate support. We do have a protocol that we developed along with our nursing team, some social workers, some mental health therapists. This is the result of that protocol that we follow. We follow this acronym, safety, right? The first thing for that student, we want to secure their safety. We also want to ensure that that student is not left unaccompanied. That student is always supervised and monitored, and we do what we call warm handoffs. If an administrator or a teacher identifies a student at risk, we ask the administrator or the teacher to please bring the student to a school support provider, but whether it be counselor, social worker, or mental health therapist, or even the nurse's office, so that we can ensure that we provide support and the student is never left unattended. We also connect them to resources. We're in a public school. We're not a mental health hospital, so we don't provide acute care. Sometimes the students require acute care, and we will link with the student, with the parent, with our community partners, the local area mental health hospitals. We've done some collaborative work with the help of Ms. Forti and her team to reach out to some of these partners so that we can make sure that we're opening lines of communication and providing support to the students while they're there, and then also a re-entry plan, a support plan for them to return to our campuses. Because we understand, you know, that at some point they'll be ready to come back to school. How do we help them? Who do we inform? You know, how do we support them? Go to the next slide. We also provide support for campus crisis. As you are aware, I mean, this is something that is not uncommon to a school district, certainly not uncommon to our district. You know, in the event of the death of a student or the death of a staff member, we will activate our critical response team. And the critical response team consists of social workers, mental health therapists, counselors, and we respond to support the team. We collaborate with that school administrator and that school's support personnel, and it is a campus-wide effort, right? It's a collaboration of all of these providers responding to that campus. Those services might entail individual, group therapy, also possibly psychoeducation, even support for staff. Sometimes our staff are also, as a result of being first responders, or they're there to support the students or the staff that are involved or impacted, they too may experience trauma. And so we're there to provide them psychoeducation, information, and support. And possibly if they need services themselves, we don't provide direct therapy to staff because we work alongside them, but we do provide referral for services. If the staff is asking for resources, we work very closely too with our Human Resources Department. You're familiar with Rethink Care. That's another resource that we share with the staff, along with all the other supports that they have through their insurance benefits, their health insurance benefits. Okay. Go to the next one. We're very excited to share this with you. This has kind of been undercover, but it's more and more are starting to realize that it's there and it exists. We have been very glad to have and offer these wellness spaces for our high school students. We hope to be able to add more wellness spaces for our staff. We understand that some of our campuses like DPA does have a wellness space for students and a separate space for staff. My daughter was in pre-K at La Mesa this year, and I was so happy to see that in that classroom, as Heidi Rendon, they have a calm corner, right? So this is very similar to the calm corner. In a high school setting, we're there to teach the students how to navigate, how to cope, how to self-regulate. Sometimes they have to learn first through co-regulation. It is a center set up specifically for all students, our students in general education and our students that have been identified that need special education. We use something called a task analysis, which has just words, step-by-step direction on what to do. And it also includes some visual aids, so they know how to use some of the sensory tools that we have. The Art Center, the SAND Center, Stress Center. We have a positive reading center, positive affirmation center. We also have guided meditation. We have Chromebooks with headsets, and they can go in for a 10 to 15-minute guided meditation for support, okay? We're also involved in restorative practices. This team was the team that was sent by the district to be trained as restorative practice practitioners. We provide training not only for our staff, but also for students. And some of the things I think the administrators will speak to is we have been instrumental in supporting our student population when there is a peer conflict. We can do something called a restorative peer mediation or restorative mediation. We also help with restorative agreements, right? Maybe we don't agree, maybe we're not, gonna be best friends, but we agree to respect the space that we share. And you'll respect me and I'll respect you. And so these are some things that we do through the restorative practice. We help with the coordination and collaboration of the campus response to health and wellness. We help facilitate the campus's student health and wellness team. Each therapist works with their counselors, their administrators, the school support people to meet at least once a month, right? To talk about that school-specific health trends and then respond. What do we do? What can we do to be proactive? What preventive measures do we need to take? What intervention do we need to take? We also work with our school-based health centers. They're part of those wellness teams. We mentioned the consultation for 504 and staffing. We're available for student and parent training and staff professional development. We will cover any number of topics from mental health, stress management, mental health literacy, test anxiety, something a recent AP teacher at my campus had requested. And again, we're available to help support staff with psychoeducation, consultation, and referral for services. Okay. What has this team done in the course of this school year? There have been 659 students seen. You can see on this slide, on this chart, the percentage of referrals that have come in per campus. Okay, we do see an increase, a steady increase from our inception in 2022 to now of student referrals. Okay, those referrals coming in. On the next slide, you can see a breakdown. We've broken it down by area of concern. For this year, one of the primary areas of concern for students has been elevated stress, followed by anxiousness, and then also family stressors, right? Stressors within the family. So once again, we appreciate your support, your efforts in the work that we're doing. We've provided you with a small gift, a little green satchel, the bag there. We encourage you to support mental health awareness, and we stand for questions. I don't know if we can take questions, but thank you.
Questions? Mr. Morales?
Thank you. Thank you so much. As many of you know, I'm a huge proponent of mental health. As they know, since they typically come up in my sessions with my own therapist, I really appreciate everything that you guys do. And the fact that you can put numbers to everything and that you're identifying when to start is very, very, very huge. And so I really appreciate all the work that you guys do. And as long as I'm on this board, I'll do everything that I can to support your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Ms. Flores?
I had a question. In your presentation, it mentions that you do individual and group therapy. Like, how is it decided that they go to you versus to the campus social worker or the campus counselor?
So if I may, Madam President, members of the board, Member Flores, so the mental health therapists are there for those gaps in services. So we have our federal social workers that provide generalist practice. They do provide brief solution-focused and maybe more short-term support. If they identify a student that needs more long-term support, then they would refer to the mental health therapist. Our special ed social workers are colleagues, right? They work alongside us in the trenches. My office is located right next to the two SPED social workers. We understand that those students work primarily with students that have been identified that require special education and the need for a SPED social worker to benefit from their educational program. So we work together, including the school-based health center. So we do have a lot of different levels of support, but our triage, right, whoever that person is, referring, the counselor or the administrator, they can determine what would be the best level of support. If a student is in special education, that special education team, the IEP committee, should always consider, do they require any additional services, right? Now, not all of our students qualify for special education services. So a majority of our students are in general education.
Okay. With that in mind, since the majority of students are general ed students, do you, in your presentation, it also says that you do consultation for STAT and 504. Does that include behavior intervention plans before the child is determined to get an initial evaluation for psychological services?
Yes, and I think what we really try to do is take it on a student-by-student basis. What are the individual needs of that student? I have students that entered, they're receiving special education services. They were not receiving a support through the special education social worker. We come together. Who is going to be the provider, right? The school provider that's going to provide continuation of that support. In some cases, we shift over to special education and the SPED social worker. In other cases, like this student that I'm thinking of specifically, we had already established rapport, and we've been working for quite a few months. So the team, the IEP team, consulted with me. We agreed and we decided the best approach is just to have that student continue working with me. Thankfully, that student is graduating. He's entering Project Search. And so we're really excited, to see the success that he's had. So it's really about working with the whole team, working with the whole team. And how can we work with each other so we don't duplicate and we maximize the services for the student.
And my last is a comment. Thank you so much for those spaces for our students. And thank you for also that you're going to look into providing spaces for staff members because, our customers, of course, are our students first, but then our teachers and staff members are the ones that are providing those services. And many times sometimes I myself, I'm stressed and like, I got to go find somewhere to go other than my office. And so those spaces would be awesome for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
I just want to say that, it hits home. I know that the great work that you all do and the passion that you have for this. Thank you very much for everything that you do. And I know that there's levels and that you assess the need, right? And so I know that has been working great. One thing that I appreciated is the presentation that was given during Coffee with the Superintendent. I saw that and I thought, I want one of those. I know you provided some pamphlet, or not pamphlets, but worksheets or whatever. And I thought, oh, we need those too, because it was different ways of, I think, how to.
Emotions, like feelings.
The feelings, yes. And so that's wonderful, creating that awareness. I think many of our parents don't know that these services are available, right? And then letting them know that you guys are here you're here to support. So thank you for providing that great presentation. It was wonderful. And even, whatever you did with the parents, just how to regulate, that was amazing. So let's just continue. I think that I definitely agree with what Mr. Morales said. As long as we're here, I think we all will be supporting this, because it's an effort that we know that unless our students are doing well, they can't continue if they don't have that support. And I know that many of them are afraid many times to reach out, but them knowing that you are here for them and to make things better and help them understand what's happening. Many times they don't even understand. But again, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much for everything. That was amazing. And I can't believe that you guys seem like a lot, but then when we see the numbers, we need more of you guys. So I know you guys need a lot of help with that too. So I don't know if that's something that we're looking into, because I know right now you probably at cap, every single one of you guys. Then you also mentioned the partners. I've been hearing a lot, and I've been getting calls about one of our local partners not being able to accept some of our students, so they have to transport them somewhere else. How are you guys dealing with that situation?
So I'm not familiar with who the partners, but we could certainly talk more about it, how we can support. I think our goal is to make sure, just as you saw with that first statistic, right? We have 50% identified by age 14. And that's our secondary population, and that's where the focus is right now. But we also see a need in elementary. But we're always willing to coordinate and collaborate, how we can work together, because our end goal is, how do we support that student? How do we continue to support that student moving forward? We're also talking as a team about how do we support our graduating seniors, because we have graduating seniors that need the continuation of care, and we want to make sure that we provide good transition for them so that they can get that care in the community.
President Murillo, just to add a little bit more to your question, at the beginning of every school year, we intentionally schedule meetings with our partners, our community partners, so to address any concerns or how we improve our partnership. So that will be done again as we go into the next school year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a little note for the board to understand, this team has really been together for 3 years. And it started with 3, and it's grown. And so what I want you to understand is that I think Ms. Villalobos was instrumental in seeing the need and us working to try to find a way to fill that need. And you're seeing, I would suggest it evolves as we learn how to interact with those other agencies. And there's a dance with that, and we have to figure out the dance sometimes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for all our mental health therapists and all the work they do. Gadsden ISD enrollment presentation. I sort of need to apologize to the board. Mr. Wergman is going to help me here. This is the exact presentation that our staff at Anthony Elementary, our staff at Loma Linda Elementary, and our parents at Loma Linda Elementary had seen. It was a part of an earlier board meeting, but the truth is I got completely derailed, and we never got to it. So I want you to get a chance to see those numbers and understand those numbers and the things we watch for. So, Mr. Wergmuth.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. Mr. Dempsey, I'll go through this. I'll pause. If anything I missed, Mr. Dempsey, please feel free to pipe in. In a previous board meeting, I know you were introduced to some of these overall trends for the district. Remember, the data set we're looking at is looking at the last 14 years. You'll see why that's important here shortly. These are all based on the 80th day, one of our count days, enrollment days in the district. For the past 14 years, that's usually the first Friday in April. There you can see the enrollment 14 years ago, and then our enrollment currently. Remember, when you see this decline in enrollment, it's really based on an input-output situation with seniors leaving, kindergartners coming in. We have a slide that will illustrate that here shortly. Again, these are the topics that we're going to cover in this presentation. We're going to talk about the 17.5% decrease in the district overall, 33.5% in the GHS feeder pattern decrease over the last 14 years. A little bit about Anthony and Loma Linda Elementary, some things happening next year, proposed for the future, in addition to the impact of consolidations on North Valley and Mesquite, North Valley and Vado after the Mesquite consolidation 2 years ago. This is just a graphical representation of the decline in enrollment throughout the last 14 years. So this is a really important slide here that really illustrates the input and output. And this is why it has 14 years of data. The enrollment you see there is that group of kids when they started in kindergarten. And then in the grade that says 11, that's the number of kids that were in 11th grade, okay, at that time. So, and the year of 2024 is when they graduated the next year, okay? So our kids that graduated in 2024, when they were kindergartners, there was 1,100 kindergartners district-wide. By the time they made it to 11th grade, there was close to 1,000 left. In general, the trend shows there's about a 0.7% attrition rate, right, from grade to grade, right, kids going in, kids coming out, right? So if you have a group of kindergartners, usually first grade, because of kids leaving and going, there's about a 0.71% difference. So that's kind of what we use throughout this formula here. So I want you to notice, you know, the kids that have graduated and recently graduated compared to their kindergarten enrollment and how many are graduating. So these last few years, we've had about 900, and this year we'll have hopefully around 900 graduates district-wide. In 2026, the kids graduate next year, there'll be about 900. So we started out with 1,000, we're down to 900. I want you to follow that kindergarten column each year until you get to this school year. This school year in kindergarten, district-wide, there was only an enrollment of 744 students, okay? Kindergartners not enrolling is the simple fact of, as Mr. Dempsey said several times, and you've seen nationally, there are declining birth rates. So what I do want to illustrate is that we are going to continue in our district over the foreseeable future to see a steady decline in enrollment. It's simply because bigger classes of students are leaving, smaller classes of students are coming in. And if our attrition rate of 0.7 to 1% continues, the kindergartners now at 744 it's likely that when they graduate district-wide, the entire graduating class in 2037 will be about 655, okay? So I just want to illustrate to the board and you know, anybody watching that birth rates are declining, not expected to pick up. We are going to continue to see a decrease of decline in enrollment in our district, but it has not much to do with besides those facts there. Okay, Mr. Dempsey, anything about this? This is a closer look at the GHS feeder pattern enrollments. Just at a quick glance here, what you see in blue on the chart is from the first part of our data back in 2011, 2012. What you see in red is the enrollment this year. So as you glance at that, there's, again, feeder pattern-wise, a 33% reduction in enrollment in all the schools. Of course, Mesquite is in red there currently because it is currently consolidated. And then you look at Anthony and Loma Linda, right? The Anthony number in red only contains 5th and 6th graders this year, and the red number on Loma Linda does K4, right, for both of those schools. So that's just a glance at that. But here is an important one that for this feeder pattern that I think is pretty stunning when it comes to kindergartners. This is the decline in kindergarten enrollment in the Gadsden feeder pattern during the set of our data. There's been almost a 50% reduction in the number of kindergartners entering in that feeder pattern. So again, nobody at Anthony this year because blue is the first set of our data, red is this year. No kindergartners in Anthony this year because both those are at Loma Linda. But just look, almost each one of those schools, Barreno, less than half. Gadsden Elementary, down by 20, down by 20, down by 20. So you can see there's obviously a declining kindergarten enrollment, and that includes the fact that Mesquite has been consolidated. So obviously no kindergartners there that would have been there, but are now obviously attending North Valley or Vado. And again, grand total, the number of kindergartners enrolling in the feeder pattern this year. This is just a closer look at the enrollment trends at Anthony and Loma Linda from the first 2 years of our data and the last two. So the red and blue on this is the enrollment at both of those campuses when we started our data set, okay? The enrollment on those two campuses in yellow and green are the last 2 years. So what I do want to sort of point out is that both schools combined together, okay, 13 years ago was at 920 students. Both schools combined together was 920 14 years ago. Both schools combined together now, their enrollment is only 556. So that enrollment for those schools, really, when you combine together, has really reduced, as is the trend district-wide and the trend in that feeder pattern. So again, close to a 40% reduction in enrollment in those two schools from the start of our data in blue and red and our current year data in yellow and green. This is a quick look at the impact of the Mesquite consolidation. The line in blue is the enrollment at each campus the year before consolidation. The red and the yellow are the last 2 years. So the red is the year right after consolidation, and then yellow is this year. So what I want to point out is, again, you look at the grand total before the consolidation between three schools was 837 between all three schools 2 years ago, okay? The enrollment between all two schools, right, now just two schools, is only 744. If you look at the North Valley and the Vado numbers, again, if we were to click back to that first slide to see the number of kids that were at Vado and North Valley in 11-12, it would actually be more kids in 11-12 than there are this year. Okay, so again, the schools did not get any larger than they previously were with the consolidation. Then I think as you're looking at these numbers, as Mr. Dempsey mentions when we get to these last slides, when the middle school is finished here, hopefully soon, all those sixth graders on those campuses are going to come off as well. So that is 40 kids per campus. So when you're thinking in the future, the elementary schools in red here with those numbers, just imagine 30 or 40 less kids at minimum. And that's what would be in those schools 2 years from now when the sixth graders are at the middle school. Mr. Dempsey, before I talk about these last 3 slides, anything from these first 3 that I missed? So this is our current year temporary configuration at Loma Linda and Anthony for our construction project. There you can see we've got K through 4 with 394, and then we have between Anthony Elementary School, that's the number of 5th and 6th graders, and our total number of 7th graders. So the temporary alignment we're looking at for next year is that we've been presenting to the parents for 25-26 is to keep the current 4th graders there at Loma Linda, have them remain as 5th graders. The purpose of that is it's good for them to stay there. If not, they would move back to Anthony and then one more year move again to the new Gadsden Middle School when they're 6th graders. So number-wise, that really doesn't impact a size issue at Loma Linda. Next year, as we plan to keep the 5th graders there, K through 5 for both schools, I want to note on the bottom that Loma Linda's enrollment back in 11-12, the first slide we saw, the first set of data we saw was at 485. So even by keeping the 5th graders there at Loma Linda next year, we're still below what was once upon a time at Loma Linda, I'll just say back in the day in 11-12. Okay? So we did share this, and that's the temporary configuration for next year. And the last couple of slides we shared here, and I know Mr. Dempsey has alluded to this a couple of years ago, which of course would require board approval, would be a proposed consolidation of Anthony and Loma Linda, which I know we've kind of been out there the last couple of years. When Gadsden Middle School is complete, this would sort of be what the configuration would look like, right? Anthony Elementary would be kindergarten through 5th grade, so it would be right about the numbers that you see. They go back to Anthony. Anthony is the larger building of the larger and newer building of the two. That would be the projected enrollment at Anthony Elementary at the top, 452, which is just a few more in a actually remodeled building, right? A few more than was there in 11-12. Okay, so really, if this were to go through and Anthony were to be just the K-5 school for that area, you'd be right up close to the same amount you were several years ago. And very interestingly, Gadsden Middle School, you'd have 850 kids in that school, 6 through 8. But back in the day, at the first set of our data, Gadsden Middle School was at 817, and that was just 2 grade levels, and a building that was only built for 2 grade levels. We're building a building built for 3 grade levels, and at the end of the day, we're only talking 33 more students there. So, and again, if this formal proposal for consolidation were to eventually be approved by the board, Loma Linda, the elementary campus would be an excellent location to be considered for Alta Vista Early College High School. We know that that is something that the kids and the families have asked for, is centralized in our district. It's a well-maintained, even though it's older than Anthony, it's a very well-maintained building by our maintenance department. And then lastly, Mr. Dempsey, I'll let you wrap up with this information here, and I can clarify anything you need me to, Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Orgwith. So, we're also, as we've talked about, as we're watching our enrollment and right-sizing every year, one of the factors is where can I start cutting expenses? Currently, right now, I have an opportunity to cut a FTE from an administrative position, and I feel like this is a really nice time to do so when I have an open position. See, nobody loses that position. It just is vacant right now, and so we absorb it. We don't rebudget it. As we do this, there's cost savings associated with staff that are retiring, and so you look at, as you start combining this, you say, well, maybe our librarian at one of these schools is leaving, and so the librarian coming from Anthony might fill that role. And so those are opportunities there that you can gradually, through attrition, absorb positions. And then we'll start working on the formal preparations for our 6th grade STEM Academy. This sort of temporary piece, because of construction, gives us a little time to test drive this and make adjustments so that it's a little smoother down the road when we really get into that true sixth grade STEM academy in our middle schools. And Mr. Wogemuth, if you'll go back, well, I don't know who's running slides. Are you running slides? You're running slides. Go back to show me the enrollment at all elementaries.
This is all elementary.
Yeah.
This is all the schools in the feeder pattern.
So what I would, just put on your radar, and I know we're, in a regular board meeting, so we're on record. In a couple years, I think you need to look at, the district will need to look at, is it a reasonable, what is your enrollment numbers at Bedino Elementary? I think I'm going to put that on your radar. The other thing I would say, and I don't want people to feel like I'm just picking on the Gadsden cluster, this really is driven by Gadsden Middle School and that construction project. We are committed to providing this to the board for all clusters, because I think it's really important to understand what's happening in every one of our clusters across the district. And so we'll come back with very similar graphs with each, the cluster for Santa Teresa High School and the cluster for Chaparral, so that you know what that looks like.
And just, again, to clarify, to add to what Mr. Dempsey said, when that middle school's built, when we're looking at, the numbers up here, Barino, Gadsden, all the other schools, the sixth graders are going to come off. Yep. So in a couple of years, it is incredibly likely that Barino Elementary sixth graders come off will be at 260, 255 students, right? So you just take that sixth grade number off of each of those. Mr. Dempsey, anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Wogemuth.
I'm waiting.
Yes, Mr. Morales.
Thank you. Would it be correct, Mr. Dempsey, to this statement, let's see if I can say it the right way, that the district is committed to or prioritizing to maintain or keep those people employed?
Yes.
Absolutely. Great question. And the goal here, this right-sizing process that we go through, we want to do this early so that we're able to retain employees. The goal early is we can look for other places they can go. We give them opportunities. And when employees then retire, we quickly ask ourselves, is that a position we need to fill? And if we decide we don't, then we just cut that from the budget. If you wait too long, and we're seeing some of that in our area, right? If you wait to a point that says, okay, now my enrollment's down, and now I have to make significant reductions in staff, and those are usually called RIFs, reduction in force, and those are really difficult to do, and it really hurts your staff because everybody's then worried about their job. We can do this. We're poised to be able to do this gradually, and so our employees don't have to worry about their job.
Okay, so I know it's still early, but does anybody here anticipate how many jobs will have to be, or how many people will have to be relocated or moved to different positions? How many positions?
Well, what we're proposing today is the positions that currently are at Anthony Elementary, which I think there's 4 general ed classrooms and maybe 5 or 6 special education units. And then we're going to figure out, the part we haven't completely figured out is our specials. So specials at elementary are like PE, computers, those specials. We have to work that out to see who needs what. Specials are very important to us, though, because that equates to teachers' prep time. So we have to make sure that we're providing that required prep time, which is in CBA. So specials are real important. We're going to spend some time in the next couple weeks making sure we have those schedules down to make sure we cover all of that.
And thank you for that. Do you, or does anybody know how many current vacancies we have or positions that aren't filled? Like, I think one time it was like 13 or 14.
What I would share is that I believe from last year's budget, and I can get this number to you, but I believe we've absorbed approximately 22 positions from last year's budget, overall budget. And that's through retirements or departures from our district, okay? Those were positions that were budgeted, and then for whatever reason are vacant right now. So that was 22 from last year. And so if we can continue in that gradual pattern, and 22 positions out of almost 2,000 employees, the good news is we don't have much of a retention. I mean, we retain our employees. That's very common, but it's gradual again. And if I can keep doing those type of things, then I think we can keep everybody at a very calm place.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Orgelman. Okay, our next presentation is our implementation of a high reliability schools model. I think we have Dr. Acosta online. And so, Mr. Carmona, if you can help us. Okay. So if that's okay with the board, I'm going to skip to the next, just to keep us going. Ms. Rodriguez, she is going to provide us a special education department reorganization update.
Good evening, President Murillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. I'm so glad that I went after Mr. Wilgemuth, because as he was showing our data, if you can click on the top link, please, to bring in our PowerPoint. Perfect, thank you. As the numbers in the district have shown a decline in numbers for special education and the services we provide, we've seen an increase in numbers. So one of the things that I wanted to share with you, first of all, next slide, please. So if you look at the numbers on the slide, I went back to 2020 to 2021 school year. We had 1,995 students receiving special education services at that time. I couldn't go back that far to see what our IDEA B budget was, but for the 2021-22 school year, we had approximately 2,014 students, and at that time, our budget was about $3.7 million. So if you fast forward to this school year, our 2024-25 school year, our numbers of students receiving special education services is 2,329. Our budget this current year was $3.9 million, our IDEA B budget. We just received our allotted allocation for the upcoming school year, and we're seeing a deficit of almost $300,000. So again, with our numbers going up and the budget kind of fluctuating, we've had to get very creative in how we're providing our services. Not the services themselves, but really repurposing some of the monies that were allocated for certain things. So I want to share a little bit more about our student population. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the clicker here. So I know these are tiny, tiny numbers, but as we're looking at the bottom numbers, the first column is the total in each of the grade levels. So total student numbers is 2,329, and this was, this chart was taken off of Nova just about last week or so. Our first column, student numbers, these are students that are identified as primary disability code having autism. We have approximately 304 students in our district right now of students identified as having autism as their primary code. Our other largest population, of course, is our students with specific learning disabilities. And then we've got our students with, that are identified as other health impaired. Typically, what we've seen is the majority of our students that fall under OHI have a diagnosis of ADHD. So keep those numbers in mind, please. So just want to share this with you all. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. This is a quote from Helen Keller. So in order to support our students, our 2,329 students with special needs, these are the people in our department that are supporting our students. Under our Director of Instruction, we have 5 instructional specialists. We have one for autism, one for behavior, low incidence, our data and IEP, and our instructional academic. So what they're doing is they're going and supporting classroom teachers. Well, we have 5 people, and you saw how many students and how many campuses and how many teachers we've got. So with that, when the department reorganized last year, one of the positions that was brought on board is the instructional specialist for special education. Currently, we have a total of 8 special education instructional coaches. President Murillo, earlier in a few board meetings ago, you were saying, you know, special education teachers are going to these Marzano trainings, and what we're doing with that, our instructional coaches are working together hand in hand with our gen ed instructional coaches at the different levels, and they together are providing that support to our teachers, not just our special education teachers, but our general education teachers too. With that being said, again, we're wanting to support our students in the curriculum because every student is entitled to access to the general ed curriculum. So we have 3 elementary special education coaches. We've got 2 pending coming in for the upcoming school year. We have 3 middle school instructional coaches, and we have 2 high school instructional coaches, and then we've got 1 pending for the upcoming school year. The other position that we have pending right now that's a new position to the district is a BCBA. We have, again, with the number of students that are identified as having autism, with only 1 autism specialist, instructional specialist for autism, we believe that that person will be able to support us in providing better services for our students with autism, whether they're in general ed classes or in special education classes. Our ancillary director oversees 25 speech and language pathologists. May is Better Speech and Hearing Month, by the way, so we were able to celebrate our speech pathologists yesterday. We have 15 social workers. We have 6 occupational therapists and 1 CODA and 3 physical therapists. And then on our compliance and evaluation side, we have our diagnosticians, we have our early childhood educators, our early intervention specialists, our 5 school psychologists, and then our data entry clerks. So one of the things that we've talked about, and I've heard you all, and we've, you know, I even questioned it when I first came in the district, stipends for our special education teachers. So one of the things that we looked at is, what are our neighboring districts offering? In Las Cruces, they offer $1,000 for the $1,000 per semester for special education staff and special programs, LSC, DSC, SCC, and 18 to 21 programs. In El Paso ISD, self-contained teachers received a $2,000 stipend, annual stipend, and then resource, co-teach, inclusion, they received a $1,000 stipend. In Socorro ISD, $2,000 annual stipend for specialized and behavior units, and $1,500 stipend for collaborative or resource or academic self-contained. And then Isleta ISD had things a little tiered differently. They had a $5,000 annual stipend for teachers who taught severe behavior and SCC, and then specialized support, which was the medically fragile. They were receiving $2,000 stipends per year, and then specialized support, resource, inclusion, $1,500. So one of the things that I brought to CMT was a proposal in providing stipends. So as I was looking at the budget that we were already working with, one of the things we looked at is we had 30 teachers receiving paid preps, which totaled about $300,000. And one of the things that, you know, with the paid preps, the teachers don't have the opportunity to collaborate or to prep with their peers, with their colleagues, to be able to look at what that general ed instruction should be and looks like. Again, to provide that support to our students, even if they're in self-contained classrooms. So one of the things that we talked about for the upcoming school year is our teachers really should have that
prep time to be able to prep lessons, be able to work with their colleagues. So if we take that, the amount that we were using to pay, for paid preps for the 30 teachers, we were able to look at our DSC teachers, LSC, SEC, BSC teachers, which is approximately 51 teachers. If we have a stipend of $3,000, which is still higher than Las Cruces and some of our neighboring districts, and our resource ASC IEP teachers, a $1,500 stipend per year, that would total approximately $303,000. So that's almost a even trade right there. One of the things that I looked at was maybe a higher stipend for some of our self-contained teachers, but as you see, if that number goes up to $3,500, that's a difference of about negative $30,000. So that's the stipend proposal that I had made, and that's how we came up with those numbers. So one of the other things that we've done this year, again, going back to how can we better support our teachers to be able to provide good services for our students. So we've offered 103 professional development opportunities throughout the year to our teachers, to our administrators, to our staff. So some of the professional development has been in the area of compliance, instruction, and ancillary services. Our speech pathologists have received training on, and our ancillary staff, our social workers, our PTs, OTs, how can we better support our students in the classrooms? How can we support the students in speech and work with the teacher at the same, in that general ed instruction or in the instruction that they're receiving in the classroom? Our compliance department is looking at timelines, making sure we're adhering to timelines, making sure we're providing good evaluations for our students so we can identify their needs, and that way we can develop good, solid IEPs, PLAF statements for the students to receive their services in the classroom. And then, of course, instruction, again, developing those PLAF statements so we can provide the services in the classrooms. So I'm not going to go over this. You all will receive a copy of the PowerPoint, but I just wanted to kind of show you a little bit. We started the staff development in August and really have hit the ground running hard. We've provided the training to some of our counselors, to our ancillary staff, to our special education teachers. We've provided support and training to our self-contained teachers, our SEC teachers. We brought in a person to do some structured teaching strategies for our students who are serving students with autism. So in September, we've also been doing the nonviolent crisis intervention training to make sure we're looking at how we can de-escalate a student's behavior versus just restraining them. So those are some of the things that we've provided. We've provided picture exchange communication system, again, giving students that voice, giving them an opportunity to communicate. 9 times out of 10, that's why we see students' behaviors, because they don't have a way to tell us, you're too close, or, giving them that, those communication skills will help our students significantly, and helping our teachers understand that as well. So again, you'll have a copy of the PowerPoint. We've done PLAFs and goals training, classroom management, at the different campuses. Sometimes the administrators have reached out to us and said, can you come provide this training here at our campus? So those are some of the things that we've done. Those are some of the trainings in November that we've provided. We did some training for our instructional assistants in the structured teaching model and specialized classroom behavior. Again, lots of CPI training for our students. We've done some training for our students in receiving, or have been identified as gifted. We've done some training for them as well. So again, those are some of the trainings that we've done for the district and for our campuses.
One of the last things I wanted to share, and I think you all have probably heard me say this, or hopefully you've heard me say this, but when we're looking at students with disabilities, all I ask is that we use people first language. They're kids first. They're not identified by their disability. They're children first. And finally, all I want you all to also remember is students receiving special education services are gen ed students first and always. We provide the support for the disability, but they're gen ed students first and always. I'm not too sure what other information you wanted or needed, but those are the updates we have for you right now. And I just wanted to also share, I don't know if you saw this through NMPED, but there's some staff development opportunities for board members, superintendents, and principals. So I'm not too sure if y'all have signed up, but it's next week, so you may want to. Do y'all have any questions?
Go ahead, Ms. Flores. Go ahead, Ms. Flores.
Okay, so I want to take the time to thank our district for recognizing the need for stipends. And then that's awesome that we're doing that for a group of individuals that work very hard into the night.
Absolutely.
Preparing IEPs, and as a former special education teacher myself and yourself, you know how important that was to both of us, so I appreciate that. Let me see. One of the questions I have, according to the slideshow, is if you have the answer to this, and maybe Mr. Dempsey can also answer this, is why do we have 30 teachers on, I guess explains on the paid prep?
The paid prep, my understanding was those teachers were the teachers, especially at the secondary level, that had students with the most significant disabilities. And sometimes it is very difficult to try to manage that schedule to be able to give the teachers a prep. However, we're here to support our principals. It could take some creative scheduling to be able to give the teachers that opportunity for prep. Now, in some cases, if the team looks at everything, we work with that campus administrator, and there is absolutely no way in that schedule. We do have a few paid preps, and again, it's going to be on an individual basis, but especially at campuses that have like several special education teachers, we've got the opportunity to be able to have students participate in gen ed classes, in their specials, possibly with IA support, versus just staying in that classroom all day. So those are some of the things with scheduling that we'll be looking at.
Okay, as you mentioned with master scheduling, what is our district doing to support administrators with respect to master scheduling so that we make sure at all levels, elementary, middle school, and high school, that we're not creating master schedules and then thinking of our special education students as an afterthought? And what I mean by that—
That should be first.
That should be first. So
Absolutely.
are we doing that? And who's holding administrators accountable that their master schedules are taking into consideration special education kids first?
I know Dr. Valenzuela has been asked to go to some campuses to help support. Some of our instructional specialists have been asked to go. We haven't gotten a chance to look at all the master schedules as of yet. It's been a little crazy this time of year, but that's definitely something that we'll be working with our campus administrators with.
Let me jump in. Madam President, board members, what I would add to that is this is the early, Mr. Araujo isn't, Mr. Worgman is here. If you know anything about those two, they're very, very well prepared to help with master scheduling. And I believe this year, master scheduling began around November.
Okay, awesome. And also just a comment is the importance of master schedule, regarding our special education population also is so that our special education teachers can also have the opportunity to attend PLCs.
Absolutely.
And not be separated so that they can plan together.
Absolutely.
Okay. I had a question. I don't know if I may ask this. How is it determined the SAC units where they're placed in schools?
So that's one of the things, those questions have come up. Again, this is our first year here together as a team. Right now, the classes have been set. That's what we came into. However, one of the things, any special classes that we're looking at, what we look at, and, you know, as far as the trends goes, for example, let's say we have an SEC class at Desert View Elementary. We look at the population of the students that are at Desert View and how many students are from Desert View or the campuses in that area. If we have, for example, all of our students that are at Desert View from the Riverside campus, then one of the things that we would look at is changing the unit to Riverside. With that being said, though, we also have to look at what classrooms we have available and will they accommodate the needs for our students. So, for example, if the classrooms have restrooms nearby, or if they're, for example, a life skills classroom, do they have the ability to be able to do the things in life skills, washer and dryer, cooking, those kinds of things. So as we're looking at our population of students, we're looking at what the home campus is and where predominantly the students' home campus, what campus they're coming from.
I think my last question would be, I know that, I guess I want to call it, and correct me, Mr. Dempsey, there was an internal audit with the special education, and that's why we have, you know, these positions, more people to help out. You know, I've been asked by community members, and, you know, with all due respect, here's a question for you, is if I am a parent and I have a concern, but, you know, obviously the first thing is to follow a chain of command, which would be, you know, talk to the teacher if there's an issue or a concern or a question. Then you would go to the administrator.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that, I guess that's where I'm going to ask, who would they go to? And in the event that I'm a parent who does not want to speak to the teacher, does not want to speak to the administrator, but wants to talk to you directly, can I do that?
Absolutely. One of the first things we're going to ask, though, is what the question is or what the situation is, because campus administrator really needs to know. They're the ones on the campus. We just did staff development for our principals and our assistant principals regarding the role of the administrator, the LEA rep in that IEP meeting, and what their follow-up is on the classes. So if there's a concern in the classroom, of course, campus administrator needs to know because they're the ones that are supervising the teachers, they're the ones that are doing the walkthroughs. So I would hope that the parent would feel confident enough, comfortable enough to go to the administrator, but they can reach out to any one of us, either myself or Dr. Pando, Dr. Valenzuela, or Ms. Maya Villegas, if it's, you know, depending on what the concern is.
No, and I would definitely, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm asking because I'm asking.
Of course.
For those that are watching and are asking me.
Of course.
Of course, you know, I think administrators would totally 100% agree. They want to know what's happening in the campus.
Exactly.
But in the event, you know, can they reach out to you?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then I would encourage parents that are listening in the audience and on Streamline, you know, do attend those New Mexico PED trainings, and then, you know, I would encourage, you know, I don't know if it's possible that if we can reach out to the PED, because I know there was, I don't know if it was in the fall, there was some type of training for parents where they had to travel to
Santa Fe.
to the north, and maybe working with PED so that they can bring those trainings down south for our families who might not be able to travel. That would be awesome.
One of the other things that we're looking at for the upcoming school year, I really wanted to do it this school year, but you know the year got away from me, but having a parent advisory group for parents, you know, in the different areas of the district, not just to let us know what staff development they need, but how can we support them and maybe even have those parents do some of the staff development for our other parents. And one of the things, I've talked to a couple of parents about it, you know, maybe rotating the meetings, you know, one quarter it would be, you know, maybe at San Miguel, one quarter it would be here at GAC, you know, just moving it around so more parents can be involved and then doing something like maybe, like I said, some parent training for them, inviting, somebody from PED to be able to participate, or even if it's online, a Zoomy or something like that.
I did leave out one thing here. Where are we in regards to providing interpreters for our Spanish speakers? That was something that I personally, had requested. Where are we with that? And the reason I was asking for that is because when we're sitting in IEPs, we might not have the academic vocabulary, even like myself as a Spanish speaker, to be able to translate, 100%, what the diagnostician is saying, what the occupational therapist is saying. Where are we with regards to that?
We do have a contracted interpreter, but here's one of the things that I'm going to say, Ms. Flores, is when we're having those IEP meetings, when we're sharing that information, we as special education staff should not be speaking in legal jargon, because even our parents who understand English, that jargon is very difficult to understand sometimes. So even as we're interpreting the results of our evaluation, we should be speaking in parent-friendly terms, regardless of what language it is. So I know, 30 years in the business, we can rattle off every single acronym you can think of, and people are looking at us like, I'm sorry, can you tell me what that means? So even in our meetings, in our IEP meetings, even in our, when we're reviewing those evaluations, we should be doing it in parent-friendly language. But we do have somebody on contract in case somebody is requesting an interpreter. We do have somebody on contract.
Okay, thank you.
I just will follow up with that. There's 3 parents that I know of from Gadsden that are in the NMPED family cabinet. I'm one of them, and we do attend those meetings. So yes, the next one is for board members, and it's on Thursday at 2:30. If you guys want to join, you guys just need to click on that link and register. But the last one that I went to, I took 4 parents with me that didn't have transportation from Chaparral area, and it was in Las Cruces. So when we showed up to that training, I asked, is there anything that you guys can do for Gadsden? Because, I mean, these are the people that reach out to me, can I go with you? But what about everybody else? I'm sure there's more that would like to attend, but it's far. So they did added from that meeting that they were willing to come and do that training here in Gadsden. And they said, like this semester's already full, but maybe the upcoming year. So I think that will be a good opportunity for us to host, especially we have like that amount of parents that would like to take opportunity of that. And that South Central said that they're willing to even accommodate and do like courtesy stops and bring those parents from Anthony down here if we were to do it here at the GAC or Gadsden High School. It was just a matter of having that conversation with them. But they're really, really helpful, even to how to read IEPs, for someone that has never dealt with an IEP for the first time. I mean, they're amazing trainings, and so I do take advantage of those. But I do think that it will be a nice idea to bring them to us.
Some of our directors have gone to the trainings in Las Cruces and in Albuquerque, and they've had the conversations with the people as well, saying, okay, can you all come over here? And again, it's just going to be a matter of trying to get on their schedule. When the PED staff was here doing the monitoring visit, I had an opportunity to talk to them as well. So we're hoping we'll be able to bring that to the district as well. It's not fair that Las Cruces gets people and not us, you know?
Right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez.
The comment was that I know reorganization, it's always going to take, it's a challenge, right? Because a lot of times you inherit a lot of the things, and so making those adjustments. Thank you for taking the time, even as you're saying with those with PED, and having that conversation and possibly creating something that brings it down south, which is, we typically see that happening elsewhere and not here. So we truly need that, and I really appreciate also the thought that you have of having that advisory. I think that many times the parents, as a parent, we want to be heard, and so many times we don't understand, and so being part of this will create that knowledge that sometimes we lack. And I think that partnership, right, is what we need between the district and the parents, knowing that I think sometimes it's just a matter of understanding that we're here to support. I mean, I don't think anyone is here to not support the kids, right? But there's many, you creating that PowerPoint where you have the different areas of need. There's some that do need more attention, I guess that's the word I want to use in saying that we need to focus and what else can we do, to make things better. And I think that at this point, it's I think it's baby steps, right? We're looking at what things can become better, but not dropping that. It's just a matter of continuing and listening to what's out there and what the needs are, and genuinely supporting those needs. I think that's what we need at this point. But thank you for all that you're currently doing. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, and that's part of the, this whole year has been a school year of needs assessment. We've been very fortunate that, I go to Ms. Burciaga, Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Dempsey, and it's like, okay, this is what we found, this is what we're seeing. Can we repurpose this position to this position? And, we've been able to get very creative on some things and, just making sure we're pushing through. And I know when, in one of my minor meltdown days, I went to Mr. Dempsey. I was like, I want to do so much. And he's like, we know this is a reorganization, and exactly what you said, Ms. Rodriguez, is like you inherited some things. And, one of the things that we've been really trying to focus on is, okay, what are the big rocks? Our instruction is big, our PLAF statements, making sure we're in compliance, making sure we're doing good evaluations, but ultimately making sure we're providing those services to our kids. So those are some of the things that we've been focusing on.
And just definitely with that, having that advisory, listening to the needs of the parents, right? Because who knows their kids more than the parents?
Right, exactly.
So, whatever they bring to the table, I think that needs to be validated and supporting that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Where's my picture with the board?
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, let's go back to our update on the implementation of high reliability schools, and I think we have Dr. Acosta online.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Dempsey. I can hear you guys.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and to the board members, thank you for inviting me into your meeting this evening. So, Mr. Dempsey, I know we kind of spoke, and the first thing I wanted to do, if you all will allow me to do so, is I wanted to recognize Ms. Ward and her staff at Santa Teresa Elementary, because they were recently acknowledged by Marzano Resources as certified in our level 1 of our HRS process. So I don't know if we're allowed to clap for them, but I would like to clap for them here from my home. So I'm going to clap, and if anybody else wants to clap, you're welcome to do so. And so congratulations to Ms. Ward and her group. And Mr. Dempsey, I think I told you this when I saw you last and your team, but I was just meeting with Dr. Marzano prior to this meeting, and he mentioned to me, he said, hey, did you review that Santa Teresa Elementary School? And I said, yes, sir, I did. And he said, wow, that's one of the best ones we've seen come through ever. So that's how I felt, but to hear it from Bob Marzano himself, I think that's a big deal. So congratulations to Ms. Ward and her team. So, Mr. Dempsey, that aside, I think you had asked me in tonight to be able to provide just support and clarity for the board. So, sir, how would you like me to proceed right here? Do you have questions for me, or
Dr.
how would you like me to move forward?
I tell you what, if you'll just kind of give us kind of an overview of where you feel like you're at. He's been with us from the very start of this, and I'll remind the board this was we did something unique in Gadsden we didn't follow, which is kind of my life, we didn't follow the traditional path. But I think at the end of the day, we drove something that does look very different, and I think other districts are now trying to, replicate that. Dr. Costa gets to see districts all over our nation. And when we talk about Dr. Marzano, and a big shout out to Santa Teresa Elementary, who I got to recognize today in front of their staff and students. Dr. Marzano, we're talking 50 some years of research. And that's what he has devoted his life to, is researching schools that are constantly high performing and then trying to say, how do we replicate that in other places? And so that's what a continuous improvement model really does, is find the best practices, find the things that work, and then replicate them time and time again in multiple places, which ultimately, typically, is going to give you better results. And my hat's off to Santa Teresa Elementary. I know they've had a long day because I was with them early this morning, but we have our instructional coach and assistant principal, and I'm not sure who else you have. Teacher of the Year, oh, of course. So real quick, I don't want to keep you any longer than you have to, because I know you still have work tomorrow, but thank you, Santa Teresa. And if you understand, what did Santa Teresa Elementary do? Their teachers volunteered to do extra homework, extra work to reach this certification level, which what we're seeing is very much along the same pathway of national board certifications for each of those teachers. And as they're working on those things, that's where this is headed. And so huge shout out to that school. They've set the benchmark, and thank you so much.
Yeah. So, Mr. Dempsey, I guess just being able to provide an update for the board, from our perspective as a company, Marzano Resources, I'm fortunate that I get to lead implementation of high reliability practices across the country with dozens of districts in different capacities. Over the course of my career, I was a practitioner, a high school principal, and a district leader, and then I've spent about 12 years working with Marzano Resources. So in that time, I've just been blessed with the opportunity to work with educators all over our country. And Mr. Dempsey began to explain that when we partnered with Gadsden, right, we were coming out of the pandemic, and Mr. Dempsey and Ms. Hernandez and the team had made some really good decisions about practices that needed to shift during the pandemic to address the virtual learning, and then what was the blended learning, where some were virtual and some were in person, and then the return to full in-person learning. And it was about that time that our partnership began. And what Mr. Dempsey is referring to is, you guys began your journey in implementation of a standards referenced or a standards-based report card. And when leadership reached out to Marzano Resources and said, hey, how do we make sure that the practices that we are embedding in our report card match some of our longstanding practices, like the PLC process, like effective instruction in every classroom, like making sure our students learn the curriculum, including our second language learners and our students with IEPs, as you guys just presented prior to this. So what I got to experience in my partnership with Gadsden is that there was really this fantastic approach of making sure that the learning outcomes are spelled out and defined very clearly for all learners. One of the things that I love about working in Gadsden is you all have such a wonderful student population supported by a really caring and hardworking educator base. And what we've been able to partner with Gadsden's leadership on is we've been able to make sure that first and foremost that the learning outcomes for every child are the same across the entire district. So it doesn't matter where a child goes to first grade, right? In any one of the schools, the wonderful schools in Gadsden School District, every first grader in Gadsden is going to be given the opportunity and the supports and held to the standard of the same outcome, regardless again of what language they speak or what their background is. And so we really have been able to help through the use of the proficiency scales to make sure that the curriculum and those curricular outcomes are really, really high level and really, really guaranteed across the entire system. And then our work went from there, and we began to partner in making sure that the instructional practices that were already strong in Gadsden are continued to align to these learning outcomes, right? And that all the systems at the campus level, whether that be emotional, social wellness, there was a great presentation I saw a little while ago. It feels like 10 minutes ago, but I don't think it was 10 minutes ago. I think it was a little longer than that. But, you know, everything you guys have seen tonight, all the celebrations, your work from the counseling department on social emotional wellness, you guys talked about attendance and the culture that has been built from every campus on making sure that students understand the value of coming to school, and the early intervention systems that have been put into place to get kids to come to school, all the way to the instructional practices in the classroom that help ensure that every learner has the opportunity to learn the outcomes that have been, you know, laid forth. So all that to say, a lot of really, really fantastic work has occurred in the 3 years that I've been blessed to be partnered with Gadsden. And what I was asked to share with you is, I don't know, I would be real hard pressed to pinpoint any other one of our clients that have made such progress in the 3 years time that we've been partnered with you. I know that the CEO of our company has come to Gadsden multiple times because of the fantastic progress that is being made. As I said, Bob Marzano himself is very aware of the progress and success that is occurring in Gadsden through, you know, during the time we've been partnered with you, as well as I know there are a lot of other eyes that have sat up and taken notice. I understand that you have high schools that are now within the top 3 or 5 in the state when it comes to graduation rate. You know, your attendance markers are down. I know that you've got all your schools out of designation with the state of New Mexico. And so these are things that we are hearing as a company from other places. There are people in other states that say to me like, hey, you work with that Gadsden school in New Mexico? Because we're starting to hear kind of on a national level some of the things that are occurring. So for the board, I wanted to just begin by expressing to you how incredibly fantastic the work has been from every teacher that we've interacted with as a company, all the way up from our the counselors we support, the campus level administrators, the instructional coaches, the district specialists, and of course the central office leadership. I just wanted the board to hear from me that we'd be hard pressed to find another school district that we partner with on a national level that is making the kind of progress that has been made in Gadsden from our perspective. So, Mr. Dempsey, I wanted to just make sure that the board understood from our perspective the progress that has been made. And I'm, you know, here and available to answer sort of any questions, or if there are any specifics that I can help fill in for the board, happy to do so.
Madam President, what I would add to is understanding, and Dr. Acosta, I think can speak to this a little bit, is we're also in the midst of, you know, this is a change of practice. We're asking some different things. We're trying to be very granularly focused on standards, and that does this is not everybody is going to embrace that immediately. We're never going to give up on that, right? We're going to push and push and push and continue to offer opportunities to grab onto that and understand it. But I want you to, and I, you know, Dr. Acosta, I think you have a term that's used, second order organizational type changes, but understand we are pushing very hard to ensure every child in this district gets that type of exposure that he's describing.
Yeah, and Mr. Dempsey, I can add on to that if you're okay with it. As I described the amount of success that we've seen in our partnership with you, that means you've made changes, right? Positive changes. Now, one of the things that I can attest to the board, again, remember, I'm kind of a third party here. I don't live in the district day to day, so I am just blessed to fly in. I'm usually there about at least once a month, so I am familiar enough. I get to be there pretty regularly with you guys, but at the same time, I don't live it day to day, so I have enough of an outsider's perspective. The amount of progress that has been made in the work that we have partnered with since our partnership, it represents significant change in some areas. Now, the great thing is every one of my colleagues has said this, every one of us, that we've not come across an educator in Gadsden that isn't student-focused, cares about kids, and works really, really, really hard. Every one of my colleagues loves to work in Gadsden because of the educators and how hard they work and how much they care about the kids that they serve. However, that hard work, right, that hard work over the years, when new practices are brought to the table, that change can take time for some to completely understand, right? And we, all of us, and I know board members, you work in various different fields, right? It doesn't matter the field that we all work in, but positive change is part of every field, and managing that change ends up coming in phases, right? And so to the school board, what I would want you guys to understand from our company's perspective is anytime we're working with a district on such large-scale change, we understand that there's going to be sort of three phases of things that happen when it comes to the employees. Phase one are the employees that just take to some of the changes naturally. For whatever reason, the changes fit their style or they fit some of their previous training or experience. But that early phase is people that say, oh my gosh, proficiency scales, that makes sense to me. I love it. Let me use it and get going, right? Now, that's not everybody, nor would we expect it to be everybody. And again, I want to point back to the district leadership's vision on this, and that's why we implemented in cohorts. If you'll recall, we didn't launch HRS across the entire district so as to allow this slow growth and true adoption of practices. And so that first group are the people who it just fits and it makes sense to them and they take off. Now, the second group of people are the people who see that first group and go, hey, that looks cool. I think I can add that to my practice as well. And then they kind of come along. We usually call them first followers. They're those second adopters, right? They come behind that first group and now they start to collaborate and they start to make better what the first group kind of got going, right? And what I would say is Gadsden is just rounding at the end of year 3 where we are seeing that second phase, where there are now a lot of educators who saw the first wave of educators adopt some of these changes, and now the second wave have said, hey, that's pretty good. I think I can use those pieces in what I do, and we can all start moving in this direction. Now, the final phase is always a phase that we have to be very cautious of, and I would say this is where Gadsden is likely entering into in the very immediate future. Now, this is the phase of people who these changes represent things that are just maybe uncomfortable for them professionally, or yet we don't still have enough training or enough depth of knowledge to truly implement it in our practice. And as I said, we see this in all industries, right? This isn't just unique to education. When there are big changes, sometimes there just come people that say, I'm not as comfortable yet. So I do understand that there are likely educators in some buildings across the district right now that still are feeling a little uneasy, a little unsure, trying to make these changes fit their practices. And again, that's where I have witnessed the district leadership and the campus leadership provide continual support and continual training. Of course, that's where we step in as a company, and we have continued to differentiate our training. I do want to shout out Mr. Dempsey and Ms. Hernandez's overall plan, because the professional development that has been provided by Marzano Resources, particularly this year, was built in levels. It was built in these levels, and we built trainings for people who were already adopting to go to a next level. And then we built trainings for people who were still maybe confused, still maybe trying to make it work, so that we could kind of review and spiral and strengthen and support those people that are still working to figure out how to adopt some of these changes. So I just wanted the board to understand that from my experience as a school leader for, going on 25, 26 years now, and leading large school districts. This is very natural that we see this sort of phasing when we're dealing with such changes. It's very natural what we're seeing in Gadsden right now. And I would say again, when I go to these large company meetings and I'm asked which of my clients are progressing most efficiently, Gadsden is always the first district that comes out of my mind and my mouth. So, Mr. Dempsey, is that a good description, sir, of what you would like for me to have shared with the board?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there might have been some questions, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. I guess my question would be the last, I don't know if you said it was phased, but those teachers that, sometimes it's hard to pivot, to change, right, the system that they're used to. And so how do you identify them, because I still hear this, and every time that I hear this, it really bothers me because we're on the third year, right, and hearing a parent say, well, my child cannot get an A because the teacher is saying this. And to me, when I hear this, it's like, that was at the beginning, that's because we didn't understand. And I know that even when this was presented, I know the rollout, we continuously heard the rollout was not done correctly, and which probably wasn't, but at the same time, I say, 3 years later, and for someone to still have that mentality, or a teacher to come and tell a parent, well, your child will not be able to get an A because, and some of the things that I've heard, which were at the beginning, they can't unless they can teach the subject well. The student is there to learn, not to teach. So how do you identify, and you had mentioned that there's that support and there's that training that they receive, but many times, as you also mentioned, the teachers have that love, they work, they care about the students, right? But one thing is to care, and another one is to not really shift and change that attitude. So what are we doing for that?
Well, I'll answer from the Marzano Resources perspective, Madam President, and then I know Mr. Dempsey, I'm sure, will add to that. But one of the things we've done is we've helped the campus leadership through what is part of the HRS process. And without going deep into training here, what's a critical component of high reliability is that it's truly a measurement process. It's actually a process used in industries outside of education as well. This process called high reliability, what it means is that we are aware of the factors that bring success into our field. So in education, we're very aware of those factors. And then the second component of high reliability is that you are measuring the effectiveness of those factors. Okay, so your question to me, ma'am, is what are we doing from a Marzano Resources perspective? We have continually provided support and training for your campus level leadership to be able to monitor when there are little blips in their systems or in their functionality. So you're describing what would be a single example of maybe a blip or a space where something isn't functioning exactly as it should. And so then the idea would be that the administration, in conjunction with whatever other supports, right, whether that's instructional coaching or maybe it's a technology issue or whatever it is, the administrators provide that intervention to the staff member so as to figure out what's the confusion and how do we correct it. So from a Marzano Resources perspective, remembering that I obviously have nothing to do with supervision or personnel or anything like that, right? We have trained your campus and district leadership on this idea that high reliability really means, are you aware of your critical functionality? And then are you monitoring and measuring those critical functions? And when you find errors, you make immediate adjustments. So we have trained that process into your campuses. And so that process should be enacting when those little things start to shake a little bit and we need it to intervene.
Dr. Acosta, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you and look forward to seeing you next time.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, I'll give another shout out to Santa Teresa Elementary, who, oh, we want to do a picture. Okay, let's do a picture with them. Let's do a picture with them. A small note on that is we'll recognize the staff when they return in August as a whole, okay? Next item is our parent communication, remind social media analytics. Mr. Carmona?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey, and everyone watching at home. I bring before you just an update on our communication efforts. This slide should be very familiar to you. We have a pretty good little uptick there on the amount of messages sent over the last 30 days with the 91% successful message rate. And then you can see very similar trends. We're very consistent in the mid 400s to upper 400s on a weekly basis, and that's the number of teachers who are taking advantage of our platform to communicate with our parents at home. At the time that I prepared this slide, we were just starting this week, so that's why it's only at 262. And we've spoken before about Facebook reach. We're continuing an upward trend at a 33K of Facebook reach. And if you remember, that just means unique set of eyeballs on our content. Even if they click on it multiple times, that's how many unique people have interacted with our content. We've had a lot of really great events lately, so I attribute the uptick to that. And I'm especially proud that a lot of that is coming from not necessarily within our follower group, but people from outside of that. Next slide, please. My clicker's not working. And then this is the number of follows that we received over the last 30 days on Facebook, which remains our biggest platform. We have a net growth of 83. We had some unfollows, which is a little disappointing, but we had more follows. So, yeah. Next slide. And then I thought I would add this demographic slide that shows you who is following us on Facebook. And as you can see, it's sort of a bell curve there, starting in the mid-20s to the mid-40s and 50s, yeah. Mostly are women, yeah. And then YouTube, we looked at YouTube last time that I presented to you. We have the last time that we presented was the April the 21st, and now we're here at May 21st. So we had a really big spike in the amount of viewers visiting our YouTube page. So if you looked at the middle number there from 59 hours all the way to 324 hours of view time on our page, and that is mostly due to the Teacher of the Year videos that we put out, as well as like our recognition of the years of service and a lot of other really great content that's created across the district, not just by my department. I'm very proud of the work that our staff members are doing on campuses. The Attendance for Success group does a wonderful job of creating content that just really makes us look good. With that, I conclude my update.
Madam President, board members, we do not have a student rep this month.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to board member reports. Mr. Morales.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. Earlier with the presentations with all the kids and everything, it's really amazing to see what, again, what our students can do. But let us not forget that the people that are there helping them get there, you know, all of the teachers, all of the mentors, all of the sponsors that are going above and beyond. And I think it's really important to distinguish that there is a difference between a teacher and those teachers that are sponsors, because all these teachers that are sponsors are going above and beyond. And they're really, and I've worked in after-school programs before, and they're really, really hard to find. But to see the dedication and the joy in them as they see their kids progress is really great. So, you know, they're the ones that are with our kids throughout their, you know, that are out there in the trenches and doing that. So we really need to keep supporting them. And then the other thing is thank you for providing all the information for the graduations. I was going through a bit of anxiety, and you know, and luckily I talked to my therapist yesterday to make sure that I have all that. So I have all the information, I have the backup information, I know where to go and I know what to do, and I have a parking pass, and I'm looking forward to all the graduations this coming weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Ms. Flores.
Good evening, everybody. So I just wanted to report that, well, actually, I wanted to thank Ms. Ludim Martinez and her team for preparing the budget for the board on Friday's meeting. And then also, thank you, Superintendent Dempsey, for bringing out Terry Dean from the NMASPO to educate us on cash reserves. And I was able to attend that meeting live. So thank you for always providing us the opportunity to attend virtually, because there's times where, you know, we can't attend in person, but thank you for offering that opportunity. Was it 2 nights ago that or was it, no, 2 nights ago. I've been busy every single day. I had the opportunity to attend the Project Search celebration. And so congratulations to our 9 students that completed that program. And thank you to Ms. Patsy Garcia for all your hard work, and thank you to the district for providing that assistant that she greatly needed. I don't recall her name, but I appreciate that very much. It was very inspiring to see, I forget the young man's name, but you know, he mentioned how he deals with anxiety, and to be able to stand up and, Carson, thank you, sir, that he's able to speak in front of everybody was very, very inspiring to me. And very motivating that, you know, and Ms. Arlene did an excellent job, President Murillo. You know, you gave a little speech, and she talked about, you know, the companies, if you will, that gave these students the opportunity to fill them, to be inclusive. And so I appreciate that also on all those companies that did that. Let's see. Okay. So I did want to take the time. I know that we are 2 days away from graduation, so I wanted to take the time to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Is it one day? What is it? Yeah, starting tomorrow. Yeah, it is, with Alta Vista. So I want to take the time to congratulate the class of 2025. Congratulations to our Gadsden High School Lobos, our, what am I saying? Chaparral High School Lobos, Gadsden High School Panthers, our Santa Teresa High School Warriors, our Desert Pride Rattlers, and our Alta Vista Mighty Owls. Congratulations to that class. You all worked incredibly hard to reach this milestone, and I'm sure it's going to be a memorable day for all of you. Please have fun, but also be safe as you celebrate all your achievements. A big congratulations as well to the parents, loved ones, and friends who have supported our young kids throughout this journey. Thank you to all the staff members, counselors, everybody, you know, from elementary to middle school, high school. I know that, you know, you all made an impact on each and every one of our graduates to get them to graduate. you all played an important role. I did also want to take the time to I'm going to take the opportunity right now to inform all of our high school principals. I'm not going to be in attendance this time around, which I'm kind of sad because I don't miss them. Only if I'm sick have I missed these occasions. But I too have, I'm going to be out because my daughter's getting married that day. So, I got to be there with my daughter. But know that I'll be there in spirit, and I'm going to miss it because I love graduations. What I might do, I was telling Ms. President Murillo, is since Chaparral High School is the first one to go, I might just show up to take pictures because I love taking pictures of our kids, and that's it. But have fun, be safe out there, and I love you guys, and that concludes the end of my report.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Ms. Rodriguez?
So, as we saw tonight, I know that there's always so many great things happening within Gadsden, right? There's just so many things. Although we know that there's always room for improvement. And sometimes we think that, we shout out all the great things. Well, we need to. We just can't keep all of that information. And I know that there's always that being innovative, looking for different things to improve even more. So thank you for everyone that works so hard. I know that, like with the attendance advocates, I've had people contact me and say, well, what is it that you guys are doing? And I've had people say, well, I always talk about Gadsden, the great things that you all are doing. And I think that it all boils down to that, right? We need our kids to be at school in order to perform well. So having all those layers and having that support, as we saw with the all the SEL efforts that are happening within our district. So let's continue that way. And I know that next year, everyone's going to come with full force and making it even better. I am definitely looking forward for the graduation starting tomorrow, although it is a bittersweet moment for me because I do have a graduate. So it's super exciting, as Ms. Flores mentioned, right? It's always like it's the tip of the iceberg of, when we get there, or actually it's ginormous, right? We look forward to graduation and seeing the kids, the accomplishment that they've had for many years. They worked for this. But like I said, to me, it's, I'm excited and looking forward to it, but I'm also wondering what the future holds for my child and for all the kids. But I know that they're gonna do great because of all that they received here at Gadsden. And of course, today was the last day of school for the students. I do believe that everyone is looking forward to that and resting, and that's great, but also recharge, right? It's a time for us to come back for the new school year and have like I said, do even better than we did this year. So enjoy, be safe, enjoy the graduations and all the parties that are happening out there, but make wise choices every time that you go out, especially the students, just because now you're becoming adults or you are adults now, doesn't mean that you just, not pay attention to what you're doing. So thank you, and looking forward to, like I say, all the graduations effective tomorrow. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. A lot of you guys repeated myself, so I'm not going to repeat myself. Just congratulations to every student that was here and got recognized. The mental health, I think, is super important right now. They're the busiest people ever, just across the nation. I know we are in need of therapists, and Sunland Park is gaining 2 therapists, which we're very excited that will be servicing our students. We attended the DACC graduation as well, and I think from this is the 4th one. This has been the best one. The mariachi singing the national anthem was amazing. They did an amazing job. It was a really nice ceremony. So thank you for also, interesting enough, is usually just 2 or 3 per district. So I reached out to DACC and I requested for all of us to attend, and they will say no, just because, right, it's not common, but they were very excited, and they sent an email saying, thank you for showing up, and some of the districts, they just want the representative because we do serve in the DACC. But it was really nice to have you guys there, and I'm very, very grateful for this board and attending as much as we can. There's a lot going on every day. There's like 5, 6 events going on, and then on top of that, we all have our jobs. We all work. That's also very uncommon. Most of the boards that we know of, they're retired, or there's 1 or 2 that they own businesses, and so for us to not only being over the 5-10 hours that we that are required, we overdo those, and then on top of that, attending these events. So it's exciting to be next to you guys and being able to share these celebrations, especially the graduations. And Ms. Laura, congratulations, because I know it is something big. So if you were to attend any of those graduations, I will be very amazed, because I was not expecting you to see at any of those. Congratulations to class of 2025. I was able to attend the award ceremony for Santa Teresa Middle School. It was full. One thing that I really loved, and I haven't attended the other middle schools, but they recognize our SPED population for improvement, and I thought that was amazing. They mentioned every single one of them. You see the AP honor roll, you see the sports, but just taking the time that they were first, and some of them, they got trophies, and then you see the high behaviors, right? That one of them just got the trophy, threw it and broke it. But for me, that was a celebration, because they're not used to that. So get them used to that. And like Ms. Rodriguez, they're also general population. So let's celebrate them. Even that little improvement is an improvement. So for them to receive those recognitions, I thought that was amazing. So whoever came up with that idea, Santa Teresa Middle School, thank you so much for doing that for our SPED students. And with that, tomorrow is the last day for teachers. And I know leadership, I know you guys do work all year round, but I really hope that you guys enjoy your weekends, and you guys enjoy your Memorial Day, and take advantage and take your vacation time, because you guys have earned it, and you guys need it to recharge. And with that, I conclude my report. Okay, moving on to Equity Council report, Mr. Dempsey.
Mr. Arizona.
Good evening, President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. So we had our last Equity Council meeting for the school year. It was May 13th at Chaparral High School. With the help of all of our POAs, we had an amazing breakfast for our people. They all showed up with food, so there was breakfast and lunch. So it was really good to just have that closure. We had a presentation from Artificial Intelligence, AI in Education today, from Mr. Palu, Mr. Munoz, and Mr. Paz, our district specialist for technology. And it was really engaging, and they had a lot of questions. Most of our Equity Council members would like to continue serving on the board on the council next year. They even asked, are you going to kick us out, or are you going to let us stay? Because I'm like, some of you guys have been here for 5 years. So we told them we would definitely look at it and let them stay. So we won't start back up until August next year. Another announcement, we're having 2 of our kids attend the National Spanish Spelling Bee. We won 2nd and 3rd place at the state Spanish Spelling Bee this year. 2nd place was Michelle Dawson from Chaparral Middle School. She is what I call true dual language program on ANEL, winning the Spanish Spelling Bee. And then our 3rd place is Sergio Tenorio. He's representing Anthony. He's a little guy, 5th grade. So they will both be attending the National Spanish Spelling Bee June 12 at the National Hispanic Cultural Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tarazona. Okay, moving on to 6, superintendent report on community outreach, including to underrepresented and non-English speaking families. Superintendent.
Madam President, we won't have a report this time, but we'll have it in the June 12th meeting.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Union President report to board. She's not here. I didn't see her, right? Okay. Okay, moving on to, so human resource report is just for public knowledge. Moving on to modification of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda as is.
Ms. Rodriguez has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Regular school board minutes for May 6, 2025. Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the regular school board minutes.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez has made a motion to accept the regular school board minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on, before I get a motion, do you guys have any questions or comments for the consent agenda? No? Okay, so with that, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to item 12, open forum. Ms. Rodriguez, do we have any open forum?
Yes, ma'am, we have two.
Okay, so before I call you guys to the podium, I'm gonna just make sure that I read this. Okay. Okay, so the board also, wait, what? No, the board discourages personal attacks upon staff, personnel, or any other persons in attendance or absent by individuals who address the board. Any person making public comments shall be solely responsible for the content of his or her comments. The board neither adopts nor assumes responsibility for any comments made by individuals during public comment. Presenters are cautioned that statements or representations concerning others that are false and damaging to a person's reputation may be subject to presenter to civil action for defamation. The board prohibits personal threats and the use of obscenity. Such speech as is not protected and will not be permitted. The board further prohibits disruptive conduct. Disruptive conduct will not be tolerated. Any violations may result in the removal from the premises. The board also offers formal channels for board consideration of concerns and complaints, including involving individuals, policies KE, KEB, KEC, and KED, and are provided by the board for disposition of such concerns and complaints. I have National Day of Prayer versus Cannabis. I have Andres Ramirez. Is he here? Okay, sir, and then you do have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Superintendent and board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Gadsden Independent School, district educators and chaparral pastors, we both have something in common. We both teach generations. We both have the best interest of students and families in mind. At least, that's as it should be. We pastors and educators are both interested in our students' well-being, not only at church and school grounds, but also at home and in the community. What you and I teach to the young have a deep impact on them. We both have great influence. A famous proverb establishes the responsibility as parents, educators, and pastors we have in students' lives. Proverbs 22:6 says, "Direct your children onto the right path, and when they are older, they will not leave it." Educators and pastors, we are probably the greatest influence in how children will see life. I am here today to express my concern on one thing: cannabis and liquor store activities in Chaparral. Allow me to share a famous quote from the Apostle Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 23. It says, You say, I am allowed to do anything, but not everything is good for you. You say, I am allowed to do anything, but not everything is beneficial. This letter was addressed to the communities struggling with moral challenges and divisions of that time. And I guess we can say the same today in Chaparral. In this specific verse, the Apostle Paul discusses the concept of liberty and how it should be exercised, emphasizing that while everything is permissible, not everything is beneficial or edifying. And I am referring to our students at Chaparral High School and Chaparral Middle School. Not just because it's legal means it's right or beneficial for students. Superintendent and board members, there are many things infiltrating our school systems today, and a lot of those things are not beneficial or good, particularly for the students. Not just because it's legal means it's right or beneficial. I am not here to talk bad about anyone. I am just here to express my concern as a father, as a pastor, and citizen in Chaparral, New Mexico. Cannabis and liquor store influence in Chaparral has been lately very strong. Lately in Chaparral, there has been an increase in community events, outreach, and cleanups, specifically organized by what it seems, and I want to repeat, by what it seems to be organized by cannabis and liquor store owners of the area of Chaparral. And Chaparral High School and Chaparral Middle School students recently were allowed to participate in these events with school uniforms and school logos and banners. The participants particularly have been the school's bands and cheerleaders and dancers. Does GISD know what they are allowing? I can't help but notice that the same individual promoting these events in Chaparral social media groups is also the same individual promoting his liquor store and his cannabis dispensary. Now, out of respect, I am not mentioning names, and like I want to repeat myself, it seems so. Chaparral schools are sending the wrong message to our youth. Though these events seem family-friendly and oriented, allowing schools to participate in these events makes it look like Gadsden Independent School District is endorsing recreational use of marijuana and liquor consumption. If parents take them on their own terms, should be their own prerogative. But public schools should not directly participate in such events. I am the organizer of the National Day of Prayer in Chaparral for the first time ever.
I'm just going to allow you to complete your sentence because your time is up, okay?
Sure. I was told no 2 years in a row when I requested permissions for schools' bands to perform at the National Day of Prayer event in Chaparral. I respect the decision, but it's sad to see cannabis dispensary owners have more influence than a group of local pastors to have students participate. I encourage GISD to instead conduct drug-free campaigns, but we cannot at the same time allow students to be lured to be future customers of recreational marijuana and liquor stores. And last but not least, I just want to leave you with this. We have something in common, pastors and educators. We look out for the best interest of our students. The book of Philippians 4:8 says, "And now, dear brothers and sisters, one final thing, fix your thoughts on what is true, what is honorable and right, and pure, and lovely, and admirable. Think about these things that are excellent and worthy of praise." Let's protect students from cannabis and liquor influence.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Okay, next I have Pastor Leandro Uribe. Okay, sir, you also have 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, hi everybody. Good evening. I'm here for the same reason. I'm backing up my colleague that just spoke, Pastor Andres Ramirez, and I'm pastor at the Chaparral Apostolic Assembly in Chaparral, New Mexico, on Lisa Street, corner of County Line. Also, the fact that these events have been taking place really near our church. You know, the place of where the event is taking place they are really close to our church, less than 2 blocks, and also we can see that I don't know if we can expose certain things, but I don't like the fact that these events are taking place so often in our community. I live on County Line too, you know, and it's like on Paloma and County Line. And recently I've been having more incidents in front of my house with people that are, you know, badly and regretfully intoxicated. So I would just want to know what the Gadsden district think or what is the position of you guys. That's all. I just want to thank you for your attention. Also, if I can use the couple of minutes that I have, we would like to be more, or I would like to see the school district a little more concerned about this things going on or activities going in our community, because my 3 children have been through the Gadsden School District, and now my older daughter, she's a doctor. She's a biochemist doctor, graduated from Gadsden and from NMSU. I have a son that is a teacher in your district, and my youngest he's also graduated from Gadsden. So we are part of the community. Sometimes I feel that, or I have a perception that people give us an insinuation that there are churches, that churches are not intended to intervene in anything that has to do with education, but we are part of the community. Our taxes are also paid, and I think we have certain rights to say something about these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Uribe. Someone from the leadership team or Mr. Dempsey will be reaching out to you guys, since you guys left your phone number and your email address. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on to action items. 13A, Board of Education boundary correction. Superintendent Dempsey.
I apologize, I'm sorry. Mr. Sharp, yeah, please get started. Board members, I apologize, I'm missing a phone number. So you'll all remember we started a redistricting project and reviewed maps and made some decisions, and everything felt great. We then approached the county to get this completed. And what surfaced is we have a little bit of an issue on our northern boundary. It's our northern boundary that's right up against Las Cruces' southern boundary. And so I work with this team who is going to help make a recommendation for us. And you'll get to see a little history through this presentation that I think is a little interesting. And I don't want to shed any, cast any shadows in anybody or any intent. But these are the type of things that, in my opinion, we really need to solidify, because they're really, what we think has been some voters that at times have voted in one district and at times voted in another district. And so we really need to clarify that. And then at the end of the day, it's, I think at some level, where do they pay taxes, right? Where are their property taxes going? And I think that's what we try to do. So, Mr. Sharp, please take off.
Great, thank you very much. President Murillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Michael Sharp. I'm with Research and Polling, and we assisted Gadsden schools with the school board redistricting recently. With me is Colleen Martinez with Visions and Planning, who assisted the Las Cruces Public Schools with their school board redistricting. And what we've come here to discuss with you tonight are just discrepancies between the two districts in the board, the northern boundary of Gadsden and the southern boundary of Las Cruces.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yes.
Some of our board members cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
I can, but they can't.
how about I do this? Is that better? Okay, thanks. So we're here to discuss the discrepancies that we have, I guess discovered, not we, but the discrepancies between the districts that I think should be corrected. So there's a bunch of maps out there, and Colleen will go through some of the details of those maps, and none of them necessarily agree. And, okay, thanks. Thank you. And so we're here to just try to solidify what the boundaries are, to minimize confusion and have it something rock solid for the future. First of all, excuse me, just we did go to Las Cruces Public Schools.
It's ready to go.
Perfect, thank you. And before the board and the school board for LCPS went ahead and approved the corrections that have been suggested in this presentation. And so we're hoping for, I guess, a concurrence and agreement between the two districts ideally, and then we can just move on. So did I miss anything, Colleen, on that one? Okay, so I think what we're gonna do is make sure this works. There we go. Perfect, so here's Colleen, thank you.
Good evening, President Murillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. I worked with Las Cruces Public Schools a couple years ago when they did this process, and so we're here today now because of this discrepancy that we're going to rectify, hopefully through this process. And as Michael mentioned, we did this presentation a couple nights ago. Las Cruces is wanting to get this resolved just as much because they have an election coming up and needing to get people registered for that and everything for November. So we want to kind of get this all cleaned up. So when this came about, one of the things that we did is we kind of took a step back and we wanted to look at what the history was of it. And it was like, how come there is this issue? So what really happened? So we went back and we looked at the boundary issue, again, the northern boundary of Gadsden and southern boundary of Las Cruces. And you can see here, the line appears to be relatively straight between 2000 and 2006. And when I zoom in on this area, and this is really at the community of Mesquite is where the discrepancy is. And again, it's pretty flat. There is like a little loop that goes over I-10, and then it kind of continues on flat. Then we kind of fast forward to 2007 to 2009. And this is when Gadsden acquired the Chaparral area from Alamogordo Public Schools. That was an area that was acquired. And then there was a very, very minor change between Las Cruces and Gadsden. But that Gadsden and Las Cruces change was very, very minor. Somewhere that little loop over I-10 got removed. And so we kind of assumed this may have been an error within the shapefile, that somebody just thought this is weird over the freeway, and we'll just make it straight. Then we get to the 2010 to 2016. Again, the line looks relatively flat. And somebody goes back in and puts the loop back over the highway. So it's original back to what it was, that 2000 to 2006. And so that corrects that change that happened. But then we get to 2017 to 2022. This is where the boundary, what it looked like. And at that time, two things occurred. Gadsden acquired that northern corner from Alamogordo, and then there was a pretty significant change in this area between the two boundaries. We've gone back on the Las Cruces side, looked at meeting minutes to try to figure out, is there any MOUs or what really happened? I know Superintendent Dempsey, they looked at some of that stuff too, trying to figure this out. Nobody knows how this occurred. So what that looks like for the community of Mesquite, what was really interesting is that we have this really odd-shaped boundary that makes no sense. When you really zoom in on that area, that line cuts through homes. So you theoretically could have a house that's half Las Cruces, half Gadsden. Very odd. And so by 2023, another change occurred. Again, neither district was notified by this, what these changes were. And when we look at what that is, looks like when we zoomed up, and that is the blue line, which is that 2023 change, it looks like somebody went in and tried to realign that boundary to the roads and to try to make that make sense. Okay, and that's the boundary that we used when we did the voting districts for Las Cruces back in 2023. So looking at that, when you guys were doing your district changes and stuff like that, that's where we started finding that discrepancy. And so working with the county, we've met with the county clerk's office. We tried to find out where the best resolution would be for this. And with working with Michael, one of the things we've come up with is looking at, and this is going to be the magenta line in this area, is going along where the taxes are being paid. And so it does have some odd shapes because you'll see this long parcel piece right here. All the taxes for that particular parcel are being paid into Las Cruces versus when you look in this area here where you have the odd shape, that's into Gadsden. So what our goal is to ensure that where property taxes are being paid, people have voting representation. So that's where this correction comes through. That is very critical. And that was also very critical coming from the clerk's office, that this change get made to where people have representation based on where they're paying taxes. So what that looks like for Las Cruces is, utilizing that magenta line. They have, right here. So like there's this little piece here. This moves to Gadsden. This little piece moves to Las Cruces and vice versa. So we have these little shifts. And for their voting districts, we went back and we calculated all the population. District 3 for them gains 92 people. They're well within their plus or minus 5% of the population adjustments. And then for District 4 down here, there's no population. That's all agricultural area, so that doesn't impact anybody. And then when we look at Gadsden, I'll let Michael describe that.
Sure, thank you. So for Gadsden, the only district that is affected is Board District 3. And it's kind of a similar concept in that the line that we used was the kind of shaded one here, which is based on the 2020 census and has the official census population for Gadsden. And the purple line, which is based on the parcel data, those north of the line are coded as paying taxes to Las Cruces Public Schools, and those south of the purple line are coded as paying taxes to Gadsden, and that goes back, at least a decade or about a decade on the assessor site. And so when you look at adjusting the map to align with the purple line based on tax, where people pay their taxes, there's a couple different places that kind of swap back and forth, left of the Rio Grande, and then up at, I think, Sale and Stallion Road. There's population that goes back and forth, swaps between the two districts, and then I believe that's Missionary Road here, and there's population north and south of it that kind of gets swapped between the two districts. In the end, after all those kind of swaps have done and the population changes have occurred, the net change to Gadsden Independent Schools, specifically Board District 3, is roughly adding 37 people to that board district, and then 37 people to the school district as a whole. And with respect to the impact on the redistricting, there really is none. So we're still within the allowable deviations for plus or minus 5%. All the districts are still considered equal in population. And so we feel that the impact on the school districts, the board districts are fairly minimal. So it's just a matter of trying to correct the lines that for whatever reason have been changing. We're not really sure why, but trying to have the lines that represent your school district boundaries, correct those lines so that they're actually based on something real.
And so one of the things, we've got some next steps here. I don't know what happened to this slide. So let me go to my little thing here. So what we're looking for is approval from Gadsden Independent School District for these corrections. And really it's both boards because we've already got Las Cruces approval. Creation of an MOU between both boards, and Superintendent Dempsey has taken the lead on getting that created. And one of the reasons why we want this is because we're dealing with property taxes and stuff like that. And since nobody really understands where these changes came from, looking towards the future, if we have an MOU in place and somehow those changes occur, somebody makes some changes to it, we have a legal document that's agreed on between the two districts that we can get those adjusted right back. And I think that is very, very important. We also, and that will also allow us to prepare those corrected maps for the county for being in enough time to, for the election. And the county needs at least 30 days prior to the deadlines to be able to correct their side of everything. So time is of the essence on this. We need to be getting those to them in the next several weeks. And so we'll be sending that to them. They want a copy of the MOU. And then the district shape files. And then it has to also get sent to the Secretary of State. There is also a secondary MOU to be created for that little gap area. And if I go back, it'll be easier to see on this slide here. In this little area, there are some students in here, and there'll be a separate, more informal MOU to allow students in there that may be already going to Gadsden that they can continue to go to Gadsden so that their families are not disrupted as part of that. So that is also being worked on as well. And so we want to make sure that there's no disruption to families, students, or any of that.
Thank you. And I think one final comment is we'll be working with the state agencies and also I think trying to figure out how to get this corrected information to the Census Bureau and in preparation for the 2030 census and then the redistricting that occurs after the 2030 census, because we definitely want to have 100% agreement so we don't encounter this issue following the 2030 census.
And I should also let you know, too, this is also not necessarily unique to these two school districts. This has occurred. I know specifically I've worked on one that was between Belen and Los Lunas School District that we had to correct a couple of years ago. So they fortunately had an MOU in place. They were kind of the opposite. The boundary lines never changed to reflect what the MOU said. So these changes do occur. It's just really important to make sure they're documented. We stand for questions.
I do have one question. Mr. Dempsey, does this action item encompass the MOU?
Yes, sir. Madam President, Board Members, it does. So what I did was try to mirror what Las Cruces had on their agenda. So their meeting was Tuesday night, and so I just pulled the exact language. We're using the same legal counsel, and so yes, sir.
Any other questions? Ms. Rodriguez.
I just have a question. You said that we don't want any disruption with the families, right? But what are we seeing? How many families would be, they wouldn't be affected because they would be given the opportunity, right? But do we know how many are currently, that would be Las Cruces and should be Gadsden or vice versa? Like, that have students.
That area would become Las Cruces in that area. I currently know for a fact because we recently geocoded all of Las Cruces students because we redid all the rezoning for the schools themselves just a few months ago. There was 7 students that were, based on the old way it was drawn, that would have been Gadsden that were already attending Las Cruces in that area. There's not a lot of homes, but I'm sure there are at least equal, between 10 to 15 students additionally within that area that probably already attend Gadsden, and they would be allowed to continue to do so. Both districts have agreed to allow that to occur. We don't want any disruption.
Any other questions? Okay, so with that, do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to pass item 13A, Board of Education boundary correction.
Okay, Mr. Morales has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to 13B, transportation contract for school years 2025, 2030. Mr. Dempsey?
Madam President, board members, unfortunately, Ms. Cadena is not with us this evening, so she's asked me to take care of it. This was presented at the last meeting, so I'm going to read the background and summary from the cover sheet. The proposed transportation contract for the school year 25-26 contract with Boone Transportation Incorporated would reflect the to and from $6,866,773 school bus service and $193,194 for rent and leases. Total contract with Boone Transportation Incorporated for the 25-26 school year would be $7,059,967. Please note that the proposed contract is for a 5-year term to end in 2030. In consideration for this term, Boone Transportation is providing the district with enhanced services to include live streaming cameras and vape detection on buses, a $25,000 student scholarship program for each year of the contract term, an application that would allow parents to track bus arrivals and delays, 2 paid internship opportunities, and 5 complimentary buses to travel to state athletic or academic state championships. This cost is for the first year of the contract. In subsequent years, the cost will be determined on the district needs and state allocations, since the enhanced services will be at no extra cost to the district. We are negotiating a memorandum of understanding to define the terms governing those enhanced services. I will tell you, based on our allocation in previous years, we were further in the red, if you will. This year, we're going to have to supplement to the tune of about $700,000. But we had a great relationship with Boone Transportation, and I would absolutely recommend this, approving this contract.
Okay, so with that, do I hear a motion?
You're not going to ask for questions?
Oh, sorry. Well, questions?
No.
Okay, so with that, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to pass item 13B, transportation contract for school years 2025 to 2030.
Okay, Mr. Morales has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much for everything. Okay, moving on to action item 13C, 2025-2026 calendar. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, with Mr. Wogemuth is going to help us with this item.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I'm back with my favorite topic, the school calendar. I know Mr. Dempsey did share a little bit in a recent budget workshop about some opportunities we have due to there no longer being the 180-day rule, that we're sticking with only the 1140 hours. And so we're proposing a couple of revisions to our calendar. I'm going to go over them, and then I'm going to ask in a moment here for Sydney to click on the link. So in summary, it is converting 2 in-session days for students, class in-session days, to what we're going to title next year virtual professional learning days. Those days would be Monday, February 16th, which is President's Day, and Monday, April 6th, which is the day after Easter. Oftentimes when parents and people would give us feedback on could we have another day of vacation, or maybe no class because students are still traveling, these 2 often come up in our surveys that we do. The only other change that you would see on the calendar is because we're converting those to professional learning days, but no virtual professional learning days, but no students in schools. that the early out Wednesdays on both of those weeks would then convert to full days, because our pattern here in the district is early out Wednesdays only, right, on full weeks. And before we look at the screenshot here, calendar with the revisions have come back as compliant in both of the public education department compliance checking tools. So we input the calendars, they tell us, is this compliant? And both things that we have say compliant. However, right, the calendar is the first part of the budget process. We'll have to submit that, and then they do a final review with everything. Sydney, if you could click on the link there so we could visualize. Again, you'll see those two in orange there on February 16th, and if you scroll down a little, Sydney, you'll see it in the 6th. Mr. Dempsey, I'll have you share a little bit about why we chose maybe a virtual professional development day versus a full vacation day this kind of late in our process.
Yeah, Madam President, board members, what we're trying to work out is how do we manage contract length, hourly employees, and then get all the things done that need to be done. And what I'm trying to refer to a little bit is we have our employees every year do a tremendous amount of online trainings called, most of them are Vector. And they take hours, I mean, literal hours. And what I'm trying to encourage to utilize these days, that employees could take care of those type items and or get caught up on other things. Teachers may have other things that they've already accomplished these Vector trainings and to get caught up on, but give them a little catch-up time, if you will. But virtually, they would be allowed then to work from home so that they could get caught up on those things.
Any questions? No questions. It's an action item.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to accept or pass item 13C, 2025 to 2026 calendar.
Mr. Morales has made a motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to action item 13D, approval of preliminary 2025-26 budget for submission to public ed department. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Hernandez and Ms. Martinez will present this item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. I am the precursor to approval of budget. At our budget workshop on Friday, we had a really good discussion about our monies and how we strategize. And so Board Member Flores had made a request that if we could just kind of present where our money, how we determine where the money goes. So what I want to talk about first is the New Mexico PED education plan. You have a copy of it, and the reason you have it, it'll say New Mexico dash on it, is because it's a secured portal that Ms. Martinez and I are the two submitters for the district. So in order to be able to get in there and all that, it's really tiny because already it's like 24 pages or something like that. But I just wanted to give you an idea of how this works. So what happens here is the PED gives us 4 areas that we need to work on. And the first one was the professional educator growth and support. So when you're seeing the actual piece, this is a culmination of all of the departments coming together. So in this piece, it's really about what we're doing with our beginning teachers, how we are supporting them, what kind of things are done through HR, for example. How do we retain them? What does the licensure look like? Who is mentoring them? How much do we pay the mentors? So everything in the ed plan is tied to the budget pretty much in regards to that aspect. It's due May 25th. We've already submitted it. I like to submit it early so that we have the feedback in case we need to adjust anything. And we're very competitive in my department, so we want every area to come back exemplary, not just approved, right? And so we managed to do that most of the time. So when it comes back, I will come back to present it, but I know that you know, it's important to know what we are approving and how we're approving it. When CFO Martinez presents the actual budget, you'll see where the PD goes and those areas. The second part is what do we do with at-risk student and support? And we talk about intervention programs, early intervention programs, such as funding interventions through early warning systems, kind of what you saw earlier in regards to federal programs, our social workers, our attendance advocates, the MLSS process in the classroom, extended learning, tutoring. In the elementaries, we've discussed this area before, we do have intervention programs, but this is really more about the at-risk piece. In our district, it really is the chronic absenteeism. Kids can't learn if they're not in school, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. The kids who need the biggest intervention and support are those who don't come to school. So we're trying to find, like you said, innovative ways of making them come to school. We also use a lot, the next one, you can read this yourself, but special ed programs. So the special ed department, if you see there, have about 3 pages full of stuff because it actually asks us about instruction, ancillary staff, professional development, all of those areas. And although the special ed department does get their IDEA B grant, as you all heard earlier, she's been cut already $300,000, right, this year. So that for next school year, that's a lot of money. So some of the things that are aligned to the budget for them, a lot of professional development in the ancillary area, they need assistive technology, transportation and extended services for students. We also fund, for example, ESY, or we fund the transportation piece, and so specialized staffing in case we need different kinds of intervention, behavior therapists, things like that are also part of that piece. The fourth area is the supplemental resource, and on this piece, you'll see that it has to do with I believe it's the capital improvement piece as well. And so Ms. Jessica is not here today to speak about that, but it's about what we do with our monies in regards to improving student outcomes and facilities. And so what you'll see there is that our goal is to maintain the facilities and to adjust as needed, depending on every campus, right? And so I wanted to just give that brief piece on the school dash plan. The next piece that I want to talk about is the actual strategic plan. If you remember correctly, I believe it was last semester, we talked about this, Ms. Flores. You all attended the, it's always in Taos, the leadership conference. This year, the leadership did not attend. You have the actual copy of the strategic plan, and the board developed 4 goals. I don't know if you recall that. We had our community meetings, and then they had their top pieces. So I'm assuming that this is how this piece was developed. So if you look, you have the digital copy here, and I won't go through each piece. What I'd like to do, could you go back to the actual the slideshow, and I actually summarize these pieces, because again, this is another 25-page document. And it's very detailed as to what we're doing in regards to that. Yeah, go back to the PowerPoint. This is the ed plan. I need the other plan. It has another link to it. No. It's the blue version, the blue, there. So if you could go to the, not strategic plan, can you go to how does the budget support the strategic plan? Right there, right. So the first strategic goal that the board gave us was that we would implement comprehensive transition programs starting from pre-K through 6th grade, and we're aimed at fostering a culture of academic readiness, resulting in a 15% increase in academic outcomes by 2028, as measured by short cycle and state assessments as students exit the 6th grade academy. So how does the budget prioritize this piece? The budget is prioritized by expanding access to quality pre-K and kindergarten readiness programs. We're trying to recruit as many babies as possible, but there aren't any to recruit. and so that's a little bit of a bummer. We try to fund vertical alignment. We support summer bridge programs like Jumpstart, grade level orientations, peer mentorship. We invest in early assessment and intervention tools. We hire instructional coaches and other staff that focus on foundational skill development, and we try to provide family engagement resources and parent workshops through the campus levels, because every campus level has their own budget as well, right, which is part of the SCG, and Ms. Ludin will talk about that piece. The second goal that the board did, can you bring it down a little bit, Sydney, please, thank you, was to, beginning in the next school year, that we would achieve an annual 5% improvement in short cycle and state assessment scores by developing exemplary learning environments through varied instructional and evaluation methods. So the way that we thought our budget priorities here would be to invest in differentiated instructional materials and digital learning tools, which is something we're already working on, but we really need to get a little more on that in regards to the AI piece that's coming up across the country. We'll also provide ongoing professional development in assessment literacy and instructional design, and I meant to put math instruction as well, and I didn't do that. We upgrade classroom technology, and we support flexible student-centered learning spaces. This is becoming a little bit more popular as we try to really implement the MLSS model in classrooms in order for students to engage more successfully in groups, and so that's something we're working on right now. We're going to continue to allocate funding as long as we're able to for instructional coaches. And teacher collaboration time is a big piece, so we really appreciate your support with our Early Out Wednesdays. It's really made an impact. We're seeing it big time on our areas. We also fund platforms for monitoring for instructional effectiveness and growth, and we're trying to support some pilots that enhance student engagement and instructional practices, and that's where you see the investment, for example, in the Lego nights and the Lego. Ms. Rosie really supports us with a lot of those pieces, and we want to make sure that we're braiding some funding if we can. If she's not able to support some pieces, then operational for us comes in as a academic team. Okay, and then the strategic goal number 3 was to reduce staff turnover by 3% and then increase staff retention by 3%. If you recall, this is something we're very proud of because I believe it was Ms. Burciaga or was it Ms. Brenda who presented that we actually have like a 95% retention rate. So that says a lot for our community. We're trying to fund new teacher induction and mentorship programs. So by this piece, we really are trying to support our new teachers, not just in the classrooms with our instructional coaches, but even through the title money. The mentorship program is required in the New Mexico School Dash, in the Ed Plan. So it ties directly to this goal that you all developed. So in regards to new teachers, there's a lot of energy put into that. We provide stipends or compensations for mentor teachers, and those also come through our federal program piece. And professional learning facilitators, you saw Dr. Acosta today. He's actually he was very humble in expressing his credentials. He was Principal of the Year for Texas. That for high school Principal of the Year. That's a huge state to be Principal of the Year for that, right? He's also an author. He's a high school turnaround principal, so he's turned around high schools that were not doing well. So he really supports our principals, but he's also supporting the leadership team, and then he goes into also some of the campuses, not all, because we have associates who support the instructional practices at the campus level. So they do what we call embedded coaching. So they actually sit with teachers in PLC and start coaching them on, I think, one of your concerns, like, you can't do that, we do this, this is how we do it, this is how we push it. Okay? We also invest in climate and cultural initiatives and wellness support. We, in conjunction with federal programs, we do a lot of surveys. We do a lot of surveys with climate, we do a lot of surveys with SEL, we do a lot of surveys with curriculum. Every training session has a survey to see if it's beneficial to the participants or if it isn't, so that we can readjust and pivot and do whatever is needed. And then just improve our workplace conditions through collaborative planning time and facility upgrades as needed as well. I think that the Anthony And Loma Linda piece that we've been talking about is a good example of how we try to really allocate our resources. And then the last goal, the strategic goal number 4, would say that we would ensure that all schools will be prepared for emergencies, resulting in the least number of incidents on school campuses by implementing comprehensive emergency preparedness plans, conducting regular drills, and enhancing security measures. And then progress was going to be assessed and updated continuously. So, whoops, something happened to the typing. We would prioritize in maximizing security personnel. I don't know, I know in the beginning, Mr. Dempsey, if you could clarify, I think we added 3 more security guards this year, at the beginning, in the middle of the year. We want to fund campus safety upgrades, including security cameras, entry systems, and fencing. We want to make sure we're investing in emergency communication systems and crisis response software. I know that security is currently working on putting in laptops, I believe, in their vehicles to be able to do some of the work that they would need to do in order to find information. We want to make sure that everybody is trained and aware of safety protocols and trauma-informed practices. And then we want to support regular emergency drills and district-wide safety audits. We are required to do these emergency drills, but our security department also wants to really work on making these safety audits available so that we're able to identify the gaps in the areas. And then we want to make sure we hire and contract with safety and emergency planning personnel to maintain up-to-date protocols. And so these are some of the things we're doing already with, I think they use Sunland Park as a training center sometimes, or the campuses, the high schools. We try to do all of those things. I know it's a fast and furious version of it, but I think, Ms. Flores, did we kind of answer some of where the funding is going? But Ludim, Ms. Martinez will be able to give you the specific areas.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So just also in case those out there in the public did not watch the Friday meeting of the budget, so I'm going to ask the question and to get an answer so that they can hear. So my question is, the budget priority as stated in your presentation says prioritize and maximizing security personnel. Right. So how is the district prioritizing maximizing security personnel in the areas that are unincorporated, such as Chaparral and the north part of Gadsden? Because since we are not cities, we don't have access to police, law enforcement such as Sunland Park or as the Anthony Police Department.
I think that, as discussed in the budget meeting, it was regarding that we're starting to, as a budget priority, is adding more personnel. So I know that as a district, and again, correct me, Ms. Ludim or Mr. Dempsey, so I don't misspeak, is our goal is to be able to have a security officer at every campus. Right now, I think it's like, to your point, the elementaries are the ones that are sharing, right? I don't know how many we have all together, but one of our goals is to keep increasing that piece. So like, for example, this year we already added 3 more, right? That were not there last year. So we're trying to add, I don't know.
So with that in mind, what does that look like? I get it. Our goal is to have one in every campus eventually, and eventually move to an actual SRO. But what does it look like this upcoming 2025, 26 for those areas that are unincorporated? What does that look like?
Madam President, board members, will maintain our current FTEs and consider, as we've even consolidated schools, we haven't reduced that staff. So that's going to help us get to our goal of 1 security guard per campus eventually. And then I would say that the majority of these 3 FTEs, the majority of them spend most of their time, not always, but most of their time in the Chaparral area.
Yes, because that's an area of concern for us as well. Madam President, any questions for me before the actual budget presentation? Thank you. Ask me, Mr. Morales.
You told me not to ask.
No, it's important.
I was just going to ask you about the size of the font.
Is it big enough, or?
No.
Would you like to borrow my glasses?
No, yeah, I would. No, I'm good. Thank you.
No, and the New Mexico Dash Plan President Murillo and members of the board and superintendent, that has to be approved by the PED first before I actually, but because they guide us exactly on what they want until it's approved, because if not, they won't approve the budget. The ed plan has to be approved with the budget. And so if the ed plan is not approved, Ms. Martinez will be very upset with me. And so when that's approved, then I'll bring it back to the board and really go through each area so that if you have any more questions, I gave you the copies. Please review and as needed. And if you need for us to do another actual presentation just for information, please let Mr. Dempsey know and I'll be happy to do that. But yeah, okay.
No, Mr. Morales.
Just as a prep, one of the questions that just crossed my mind is, after it's implemented, how is it evaluated and how is it scored? But I know that it does the state, and that doesn't need to be answered now because that's later
I
on.
can actually answer that now, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. Well, the goal is to, what we've done with the strategic plan before, Mr. Morales, is I would present, or my team would present, depending where we are, a quarterly update, which we've done. If you recall at Gadsden Elementary just recently, when we had a really long board meeting, we went through like an hour worth of the plan, and Ms. Jessica talked, I talked, everybody talked. And so what we can do is continue that and do a quarterly and just say, we've completed this, we haven't done this, we're doing this, we're readjusting this, and then your input will, of course, also have impact on this piece, right? Whatever you need readjusted or you would like to see something different, then we can work within parameters and we can say why we didn't do it or we did do it or we can readjust. So yes, you would get an updated piece to know where we are in the timeline. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for not asking a lot of questions. It's been a long week already.
I'm sorry, are you going to say something? No? We're done. No, she is.
Yes. Good evening, President Murillo, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. I bring to you the 2025-26 preliminary operating budget for your approval. The proposed budget totals $422 million. The budget includes $242 million for operational expenditures, $1.8 million for the Operational Local Revenue Fund, $6.2 million for per pupil transportation. Special revenue funds are budgeted at $55.3 million, $79.5 million for capital project funds, and $37.1 million for debt service funds. The state equalization guarantee is initially budgeted at $179,507,778, which is approximately an 8% increase from the prior year. The initial unit value was set at $6,801.35, which is $247.60 more than it was at the end of this year. The proposed budget also includes $25,250,000 for cash reserves. This is a higher than usual number. And that's because we are taking precautionary measures to respond to the uncertainties regarding the stability of federal funding such as Title III, Medicaid, and student nutrition. The operational fund balance available for budgeting at June 30th, 22 is projected to be $61.4 million. The projected cash balance is subject to decreases in grant reimbursements not received by June 30th, 2025, and that current projection is approximately $3 million. In addition, there is an we've estimated approximately $8.3 million in payroll liabilities at June 30th, 2025. The operational budget includes staffing FTEs of 1,761 FTE positions. Staffing costs, which are salaries and benefits, represent 66.19% of budgeted expenditures and 89.33% of our SEG. You can see that our percentage of SEG is, and budget expenditures is lower than usual but that is because our substitutes are now being outsourced to EduStaff, and so that did drive some of those numbers down. The proposed budget complies with the legislative salary requirements, which includes a 4% salary increase for all public school personnel, a minimum of $15 an hour, minimum salary licensure levels of 55 for a level 1 teacher, 65 for level 2, and 75 for level 3. The educational assistant minimum salary of $25,000, and the required minimum annual salary for licensed school principals and assistant principals. Salary schedules due to 3-tier licensure level changes for certified staff are also included in the proposed budget with an estimated cost of $994,000. There is an initial allocation for transportation of $6,277,110, which is a $39,434 more than it was last year. The proposed budget for pupil transportation includes $6 million for to and from services and $193,000 for rents and leases. The transportation allocation, like Mr. Dempsey said, is insufficient, and so we will be using our operational funds to make up the difference. The proposed budget also includes issuing general obligation bonds of $9.5 million and educational technology notes of $3 million. The proposed sale is in October of 2025. The PED budget documents reflect estimated amounts for 24-25 and projected amounts for 25-26. The estimated amounts are used to project the June 30th, 2025 cash balance for funds that budget both cash balance and revenues. The proposed budget and all supporting documents require preliminary approval by the Board of Education and are due to the New Mexico Public Education Department before or on May 28th, 2025. The GISD Board of Education will take action at the next June 12th board meeting to give final approval for this operating budget before the statutory deadline of June 20th, 2025. If approved, the budget would become effective July 1st of 2025, and once accepted by the New Mexico Public Education Department. Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Morales.
So first, the workshop on last Friday, I had planned to be here in person, but I couldn't, so I was online. But it was very difficult. I sent Mr. Carmona an email to let you guys know, but he was off. And then I was texting Ms. Flores, so I think it'd be a little easier if we were given that link so we could actually participate and talk, because I had a lot of things to say, but nobody could hear me. Anyway, so I think that for future board meeting that you can be online, to have that link would be a little more efficient and easier. So that's the first thing. So I just want to make sure that we clarify, or make sure that it's clear that this is a preliminary budget, correct? And
Yes.
it's not the final budget, right?
Well, it's pretty much complete. It's a preliminary. There might be adjustments because sometimes we will receive additional award letters. And so at the next board meeting for the June 12th, I usually provide a summary sheet of any changes to the budget that I presented tonight. So if there are awards, planning awards that we get, or final awards or changes to the budget, because what will happen is once you approve, then I will go ahead and submit it to New Mexico PED, and then sometimes they come back and they, provide their feedback. And so any changes done then, I will bring back to the board for
Okay, so if this gets approved today, which I anticipate it will, it's not the final budget.
No, it's
No,
not.
okay.
It will change.
And then at the previous workshop, we talked about making adjustments to the budget throughout the school year after it's been finalized and approved, and that is still available, correct?
Yes, once the budget is approved, you have the ability, anytime the budget as presented on June 12th of this year is the beginning. And then throughout the year, we have increased bars, decreased bars, maintenance bars, and transfer bars. And anytime you approve a bar, that's where you're making changes to the initial budget that was approved. So if you take the initial budget and you reconcile all the bars throughout the year, you should come to your final budget.
Okay, so, and then the last thing is, at the first budget workshop, we talked about the interest on cash balances, and I said, could that be turned into a line item, or we established that it could be considered a recurring fund because you earn interest every year. Was anything done specifically with that, or was it just thrown back into the cash balance?
No, the isn't there, the was not budgeted, but that's where we have the reserves. And so if that is something that the board wants to do, that would be where that money would come from.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Flores?
I was just curious on the salary schedules, because I'm like eyeing through them. Where do athletic directors fall into place? And the reason I'm asking is, I think I had brought it up in another maybe board meeting, and a while ago, at one of our national school board associations, I had the opportunity to actually have a conversation, and Mr. Dempsey was there, Claudia was, I don't know if Ms. Murillo was there. And so the individual that we were actually talking to, and I got to know a little bit, is Stephen Castillo, who is a former board member, Castillo's son. Mm-hmm. And so he was, advocating that athletic directors go above and beyond, spending hours and hours, providing that care for our athletes, being there on call. Have we done anything for them to increase their salary, or where are we with that?
Madam President, board members, I can take this one, Ludie.
Okay.
Let's get clear, athletic trainers, not athletic directors. So athletic
okay, sorry.
trainers,
Athletic
we
trainers.
have 3 trainers in the district, 1 at each high school. What we changed with them was that as new trainers came in, we no longer have them teaching responsibilities. So they no longer teach as well as perform training. And we tried to adjust it to more of an ancillary service type model versus a teaching model. So we're trying to move away from the teaching model, if you will.
So I get that. So how does that make up for the hours that they put in overtime?
Well, Madam President, board members, what I would say to that is that I think at times we've got to find their well, first of all, they're a salaried employee. And so at the end of the day, when we're salaried employees, there's not 40 hours. It's when the job's done. But we need to be reasonable. And so I think at times we probably have had trainers very early at practices and very late, and that gets difficult. So what we need to do is schedule appropriately so that our practices are at a time that's reasonable. And that doesn't mean, we also have gotten very spoiled to thinking we need a trainer at every practice. We don't need a trainer at every single practice. There are some teams that very much can practice and do what they need to do and not have a trainer present with them. So there's some misconceptions about trainers. In fact, the majority of schools in New Mexico don't have a single trainer. It's only the 4, 5, and 6A schools that even have trainers on staff.
Mr. Morales.
Yeah, what I'm understanding, Mr. Dempsey, is that the job description has changed. And under that job description, they are full-time trainers. And one of the conditions of employment is that they perform those duties whenever it's needed, correct? So then that way, that covers any time that they're performing their duties.
Correct.
Thank you.
My next question is, I brought this before, but I just, now that we have Mr. Ed Allison on the team, maybe he can provide some light into this. So it's regarding the National Board Certification teachers and the stipend, just to clarify for those who don't know. Where do those money come from? And then are we going to continue, or is the district still continuing to pay out National Board Certified teachers on the second semester. And why do we continue to do that? Because, in the past, I don't know how many years have passed, I just wanted to recall Superintendent Dempsey. There was a National Board Certified teacher who retired and never saw a penny until she retired. And so, where do we stand, and why do we continue, if we do still continue to pay them second semester?
Madam Board Member, so what happens is the National Board Certified stipend is paid out from operational funds. And the reason, as you've heard me say before, we have the unit value is set twice a year. Like the initial unit value this year is $8,601.35. Now, in March of 2026, they'll usually set the final unit value for the year, and that unit value might go up or might go down, might stay the same. In the last couple of years, we've seen an increase. Now, we can go ahead and pay out on the initial unit value, but usually our unit value was going up, so we made the decision to wait until the final unit value, which is around March, to pay out on the higher amount. Now, it could go down, but we've been very lucky in the last couple of years. I can't even remember. I think this year stayed flat, but I can't remember the last time it went down. But usually the way it's funded is 1.5% of the unit value. So if the unit value is, for easy math, let's say the unit value is let's say 10,000, then they're funded at 15,000, and they get paid based on that unit value. And the district absorbs or pays for the benefits associated. So we pay the unit value, the final unit value, at 1.5.
So in the event that a teacher that's National Board Certified decides to retire come, I don't know, January 31st, will he or she get paid the salary differential that's owed to them because they did work the first semester?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can't remember what we've done. I would say we could probably prorate it, but we also have to consider if that teacher is going to another school district, because then they would receive the stipend. I mean, it depends, how they travel, where they're at. So if, say, a teacher is in one school district and then they pay out the National Board Certified stipend in December, and then they come to Gadsden, they would get another payout.
Okay, because let's say that I'm from a
You know what?
neighboring
Let me correct myself with that. I'm sorry, because I'm sorry, that just came to mind. Actually, in October, we have the list of teachers. So you would have to be here in October. And so if your list is on that name, then you get the stipend.
So then if I come, let's say that I am in a neighboring school district, this does pay out since the beginning of the school year, and I decide to take an opportunity here with our district, but they've been paying me National Board Certification, salary differential since the beginning of the school year. So then how does Gadsden know that, or how do we deal with that?
Okay, I'm not sure I understood your question, but the way it works is if there's a list of the people that in October, there's a list that's received by Human Resources, and they list the teachers that get that National Board Certified stipend. So as long as you're in that list, then you're funded for. And so did I answer your question, or I'm not really sure I understood what you were asking?
So again, let me repeat myself.
Yeah, please
So
do.
let's say that I'm a teacher at a neighboring school district, and I work for this district from July to November, and I'm receiving my salary differential day one, first check. Then I decide to take an opportunity with GISD. And so how does because we don't pay out till December or till the springtime, how does that work?
Okay, so then if you come and join the district in November, you wouldn't be on the list that was submitted to the Public Education Department in October.
Okay. And then you mentioned October, which was going to be my next question. Does our district still practice, because when I used to be an employee, this was the case. Do we still wait to, give our bilingual teachers and now our special ed teachers, do we have to wait till October for our teachers to see that stipend, or are we now giving it since the beginning of, with the paycheck number one?
Yeah, no, not the stipends. So there are some stipends that are paid at December and then again twice a year. There are some that are paid throughout the fiscal year, and then there's some that, like the National Board Certified Stipend, that's not paid until February, March, when the unit value comes out.
So for our bilingual teachers and special ed teachers, are they still getting that stipend until October, or from day one, check one?
I believe it's day one. Priscilla, do you know? It's not day one.
It's verified by the department director. Once it's verified by the department director, we get it human resources to go and process it.
Do you know what the timing?
The information sent out to the principals will fill that out, and the timing is about September when we send out that list. By the time we receive it from the principals, it goes directly to the bilingual director. They verify that, and then it's sent over to the human resources to process. So it depends on the administrator.
I'm going to conclude my questions, and then I can make an appointment, I guess, with you, Mr. Dempsey. But thank you.
Is that it?
Oh, yeah. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, that is it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that is an action item, so do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept item 13D, approval of the preliminary 2025-26 budget for submission to the PED.
Mr. Morales has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Moving on to action item 13E, policy IHBCA, programs for pregnant and parenting students, second reading. Policy JIE, pregnant parent student, second reading. Policy JIG, married student, second reading. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Mejia is going to help us with this item, and she's actually going to present the action items E, F, G, and H.
Good evening, President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. I am returning today to ask for action on the policies that we reviewed in our last board meeting. This is the second read for the set of policies. If we can please click on mapping of the non-discrimination equal opportunity policies, I've brought back for you the graphic that we used at our last meeting. You should also have a folder that gives you the second reading of the policies. And this time I organized them in the order in which they appear on the board agenda. So I invite you to take a look at the inverted pyramid, and now we're going to look down towards the capstone. Those are policies JIE, pregnant and parenting students, JIG, married students, and HBCA, program for pregnant and parenting students. And these are grouped together because they are for students, they're student-centered policies, and also ensuring for students access and opportunity when they fall into these categories, pregnant, parenting, or married. This again is your second read, and they're very minor changes. If we click on the first one, pregnant and parenting students, very minimal changes. You'll see only a few additions. Specifically in the first bulleted paragraph, it talks about at least 10 days of excused absences for students. That is a change. We wanted to add the verbiage at least 10. In the previous policy, it read 10 days of excused absences, again in line of ensuring broader protections for our students. The other thing that changes on this policy is simply the references, making sure that because the 2024 Title IX regulations were vacated and they did include some protections for parenting and pregnant students, that we go back to the 2020 regulations, we remove any references. But this group of students is still protected. We can go on to the next one. In the same suite, you'll see married students, again, just that legal reference is removed. And then in the last one, where we look at where we look at the programs for pregnant and parenting students, there are no changes, but we like to look at them as a suite together. We have the groups that are protected and how, making sure they have access and opportunity to instruction. Okay, we can go back to the graphic, please. Next, we'll take you all the way up to the top of this inverted pyramid, or the foundational policies. We have policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity. It's regulation and exhibit. And this policy changes in that it ensures that all of the protected categories are added based on the 2023 amendments to the New Mexico Human Rights Act. And then something else it does is it removes verbiage that is covered by our policy ACA, which is protections against harassment that's based on sex.
Ms. Mejia, there's a little confusion, and I apologize. I think the board, I think you presented all the policies for item E, is that right? And so we would want the board to consider those, have any questions, and then possibly consider taking action, and then move to the next one. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, wait. Okay, do you guys have any questions for? No? Okay. So do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept action item 13E, all those policies as listed.
Okay, Ms. Flores has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Let's move on to action item 13F, policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity. It's regulation and exhibit second reading. Ms. Mejia.
Thank you. On this policy and its regulation and exhibit, you'll see the addition of the protected categories and then the removal of any verbiage that has to do with sex, sex stereotypes, sex characteristics, because that is protected through our other policy ACA, non-discrimination based on sex. We can move on to its regulation. This one outlines the procedures that are used in order to address complaints of harassment based on any other protected category, ensures a non-discrimination for every individual that are within those protected categories. We can move on to the exhibit. The exhibit itself is going to encompass the policy here. What is important about this adoption is in the past there was a complaint form for reporting harassment that was in referencing employment opportunities, and then there was a form to do the same when it came to educational opportunities. And the NMSBA recommended that we streamline the process, so now there is the all-encompassing non-discrimination policy that has one complaint form that is used for both students and staff. And there are minimal changes to this document as well. Okay, we can move on to your consideration for adoption of the policy, its regulation, and exhibit.
Yes. Any questions, comments? No? Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept action item 13, what is it, 13F as listed.
Okay, Ms. Flores has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, go ahead. 13G. Go ahead.
This is policy GBA, equal employment opportunity, again, existing under the umbrella of the AC non-discrimination policy, and it will specifically outline the protections for potential employees. Again, it's an extension of policy AC, making sure that we have equity in the areas of employment and opportunity and access. And this, again, will have changes to ensure that there's removal of old language, ensuring that we have added all of the protected categories according to the 2023 NMHRA amendments. and ensuring that there is a clear distinction between what falls under equal employment opportunity and what would fall under harassment based on sex, and who are the individuals that would address those two different complaints or concerns. I stand for questions on policy G.
Any questions, comments? Okay, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept action item 13G as listed.
Okay, Ms. Flores has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Ms. Mejia, last one, 13H.
The last policy for your consideration today is JB Equal Education Opportunity. Again, this policy falls under the extension, right, of policy AC. And in this case, we're directly speaking about education opportunities and access for students. Again, you'll see the removal of language from the old policy. You'll see the protected categories. And again, that distinction between if it is a harassment based on sex, how that should be processed, not through this policy, but through our ACA suite of policy, regulations, and exhibits. Do you have any questions about policy JB?
Any questions, comments? No? Okay, with that, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept action item 13H, policy JBE as listed.
Okay, Ms. Flores has made a JPE. Yeah? No? That is? No?
Madam President, I'm sorry, I was just on the one that we have here.
Yes,
It says JB, and then on H, it says JBE, even though it is equal educational opportunities. Do you see?
I'm taking a look, Ms. Rodriguez. You should have, in the actual policy in the packet.
Yes, ma'am.
So they are paper clipped together. It should be 3 sheets. The first one is GBA, Equal Employment Opportunity. And then directly behind that is JB, Equal Educational Opportunities.
So that's correct. We do have the GBA, which is action item G.
Yes, ma'am.
But then when we look at the, on the agenda, it says for H, it says policy JBE. But the actual policy that we're seeing is JB.
Ms. Mejia, I think they're I think they're suggesting there's a discrepancy between what's on the agenda
On the agenda?
versus what's in their packet.
Okay.
And it's, I think, the lettering of the policy. So H listed on the agenda is policy JB, Equal Educational Opportunity, second reading. And you're saying what's in the packet is JBE. Is that correct? Right, yeah, right. What's in the packet versus what's on the agenda, right? Can you pull up,
No, I have this one.
Mr. Carmona, can you pull up the agenda?
So
Can you project the agenda? So I don't know where your printout came from, Ms. Rodriguez. Probably it was us that provided it, but
It
it
is there. It says JB.
says JB.
No, it is right. So right there in the agenda, it says JB.
That's correct.
Right, that is correct.
But on our agenda,
Oh, the end.
they provided us an incorrect one, because that is
Okay.
correct. So, okay.
we just, I'm sorry, the printout that we have does not match that, but that's what's posted, so that is the
Board Member
correct one.
Rodriguez, I wanted to see it really badly, I promise.
Good catch, still. I really appreciate that you're paying attention.
It's not you. Okay, we did vote it, right? No, I'm sorry.
I made the motion.
Okay, so you made a motion, yes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia.
Okay, moving on to discussion items 14A, Policy A, District Mission and Belief Statement. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, if you recall, one of our previous board meetings, we reviewed Section A. The very first policy happened to be the district mission statement, which I found ironic, as I've shared my concern about the policy service, to be inaccurate. So I'm presenting to you what it should be and in a discussion, and at the next board meeting will be an action. And so this would match. The proposal is to change the mission and what we call the vision, not belief statement, to these items. So the mission would be Gadsden Independent School District will provide educational opportunities that empower students to be successful in an ever-changing world. The vision is Gadsden Independent School District will successfully empower students to pursue their calling in life. That's the proposal. This is a discussion item. I would bring it back for action at the next meeting. Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
I just wanted to comment, why is that one? I mean, I know that's the current one, sir, but on what the public is viewing here, that's not on here too. Like, so I'm when I say the public is because what I do is I follow on my computer the agenda. So then when I click on the presentation and I click current, oh, never mind. I see. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Gotcha. I correct myself, sorry.
So any questions?
No.
Nope.
No? Okay, no questions. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14B, Policy Review Section B, School Board Governance and Operations. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, at the request of the board, we are continuing with our policy review. You all have a printed copy of Section B. You also have access to a digital copy through the PowerPoint presentation. And I would encourage you to consider also using the website, the NMSB website, to review those, because you get a feel for how our community gets to interact with those policies. And I'm suggesting not a very user-friendly platform.
Any questions, comments?
I do have a question.
Mr. Morales.
What you're presenting here, is this the current version? Or the
Yes,
most
sir.
up-to-date?
Madam President, board members, what I did today was printed off a paper copy of what's online right now for Section B.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make the point, sir, that, I am so sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't recognized. I apologize, Madam President.
That's okay, go ahead.
Finish.
I'm done. Now I'm done.
Sorry,
I
Lois.
apologize. I apologize, Madam President. So thank you. So with that in mind, sir, was reviewing the packet, and so on, and it's not, well, let me make this comment. Would it be possible to like number this, or that would not be a good idea to like give pages? Because, I mean, I know that like long gone are the days of printing this, because it would be crazy. It'd be like a big Bible. But anyways, because I can't give you a page number.
Madam
But if you
President,
go-
let me try to answer that. Here, well, in part answer it. I'll let you finish your question in terms of numbering, but my goal at this point is, as we review this, I'm going to give you a printed copy, so when we're done reviewing them, you have now a copy of the board policy in your possession.
Okay. So, okay, thank you, sir. So if y'all can turn to, there's not a page number, but it's B. Huh? Just say what?
The inconsistency in the instruction.
Sure.
I think what Ms. Flores is going to get to is that there's an inconsistency on the instruction during the open session portion as to what President Murillo read. So the instruction that she read is not aligned with what's here.
So, Madam President, board members, so again, what you're finding is discrepancies that we've already dealt with, and they weren't updated by the School Board Association's policy service. So you're helping me identify those so that we can go back and get those corrected so that they're accurate.
Yeah, so what he was referring to, Madam President and Vice President Rodriguez, is the B2181 BEDH-E, which would be the ILO form that you read out loud, Madam President, to individuals who would like to address the board. So it's not an accurate reflection of the changes that were made a while back.
Which is at some level, I see some confusion on your face, Mr. Morales. The purpose of the process here is to identify anything that's inaccurate and get it corrected.
So then my question is, which is correct? What she has or what's in the book?
Well, what I would say is what she has, because there's been a change that didn't get reflected on our website. And so I printed out exactly what's on the website.
Okay, thank you.
So wouldn't it be better for us to have on paper what we're supposed to have, what we adopted, so we can compare it to what is here, instead of getting what is online and not, does it make sense? I'm trying to make sense.
Well, Madam President, board members, sure, if we know it, right? I mean, I think part of it is I'm trying to figure out what's, you know, I was, if I'm being really honest, I was trusting the policy service was doing their job. They weren't. And we've already found multiple discrepancies just in the most recent policy advisories we just passed 2 board meetings ago. And it's very frustrating. So those of you that have influence on this, please, 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 because we have over half the districts in New Mexico relying on this service, and it's not doing a good job. I don't have another option, or I would go somewhere else, guaranteed. This is like driving a Chevy Cavalier with 100,000 miles on it. I'd trade it in a second if I had something else, but I don't. And so I just encourage us, let's really press through this and help each other get it better, but let's press in on the powers to be to make this a better product. It's not a good quality product.
So we passed 2 meetings ago. That was 4 weeks, that's a month, that's 30 days, that was not uploaded.
So, Madam President, let's walk through the process. Yeah, no, I appreciate this. So you approve it. Ms. Delgado goes through a process to submit it. This week we started checking because we received an email and said, updated, done, terrific, thank you. It wasn't done.
Madam President.
Yes, Ms. Flores.
So, I mean, I understand what you're saying. And so, I mean, I guess I feel your frustration, sir, because the only reason I caught it is from memory, but my memory is not that good lately. And so it's like, so my question to you, sir, is are we keeping now like a separate binder with all the new policies that the board is making changes to or approving? That way.
Let me explain this. So our first step, in my opinion, because there's been some changes in the policy service, was let's run through a set of policy advisories and see how it works, right? And we had a group a couple meetings ago, and we went through that. Now we're checking, and we know now, not great. We then have to start going backwards and going to board meetings, previous board meetings, and saying, what did we do here? What did we do there? However, the board had requested, we need to start doing policy reviews. So I'm trying to do 2 things at once at some level, because even from memory, at least we catch it. And then knowing that Ms. Delgado and myself will go back and verify with board meetings and compare. It's a very tedious process, and it's, I guess you sense frustration, and I would even say anger, that I feel like I did my job, and then we paid the bill, and this is the Chevy Cavalier with 100,000 miles we keep driving.
So for accountability purposes, was that, can we do like, let me try to find out like the right word. I don't think I received an email that this was sent to them. Will that help maybe? Can we try that? Considering that I'm in that position?
We'll be happy to show you the email train. It was really literally today is when Ms. Delgado and I started sitting down and looking at the website, and she discovered some items that weren't uploaded, and then she reached out and provided them the email of when we were told it was done, and we're still in that process, but we'll be happy to give you those emails.
Well, what I'm saying, when you upload it, remember we were talking about it a couple of meetings ago.
When we send it.
When we send it?
Right, because they upload it. We don't
Right.
upload it, right? When we send it, I'll mention that to Ms. Delgado.
I mean, I'm just trying to find ways
Madam
to not continue to be behind.
No, I think that that's a good idea because that's a way for her to be able to present and hold them accountable, right? That this was submitted and yet we're still seeing this. So it would give a little bit more push, I think, at least until we get this going. So that would be, I believe that would be a good idea.
Madam President, I totally agree 100% with both of you. And then would it be okay also to, without creating a quorum, we include our secretary CC too? Because if we refer to the responsibilities of a secretary, you know, that
Madam
would
President, as long as you only have 2 members, you don't
Yeah.
have a quorum, so that's fine.
Any other questions? Ms. Flores?
Okay, so I'm referencing policy B-0800, BCB, and it's in the area of nepotism. And so my question is, if we know the answer to this, the last sentence says, nothing in this section of this policy shall prohibit the continued employment of such a person employed on or before March 1st, 2003. I'm just curious why the date. I'm just curious. Do we
Madam
know?
President, board members, I believe that's
Because I
in
was-
statute. That's statutory language.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I did have one last question, and I'm not finding my notes or like where I folded so I'll have to get back to you, Mr. Dempsey, but there's a policy in here, I think, that talks about like when the board makes changes or accepts new policy, like how that's communicated to the public. Where is it? Okay, so I found it, but it's not the one I was looking at. But there's a B2200, and it talks about news media services at board meetings where they're welcome to attend. And then it talks about second sentence where it says, in the event that representatives of the news media are unable to attend a regular special meeting, the superintendent may provide a periodic summary of board actions. I guess my question is, how is the district communicating to the public at large, and I guess to our employees, when the board takes action on policies? Am I just misinterpreting?
Madam President, board members, I review agendas and action with like the groups I meet with, trenches, support trenches, principal advisory, those pieces. There's no formal mechanism. However, I will say this doesn't seem to reflect the fact that all board meetings are now online and available to anyone through YouTube.
Mr. Morales?
I think that would probably be covered under the board minutes, because once it's approved, then it's done. Everybody can go back and look at it. Plus, also, there is live stream. So it's there.
I think that's it for me.
And then also, this is for you guys to take, and then we can bring it back when he brings it up again for the next board meeting. We can have the list of questions. Any other questions, comments? Sounds good. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14C, Board President Communication Protocol, Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, this was a board member request to place on the agenda for discussion.
That was my request. And it's not necessarily the president, what is that, how is it written? Communications protocol. What I was suggesting is that as the board, it'd be important for the board to communicate with the public. So I'm suggesting that either the board president or a member of the board draft some type of letter or something to the community to let them know and support some of the programs that are happening throughout the district. I think this would be a good opportunity for the board to, build that relationship with the communities and also push those programs like Jumpstart. We talked about that in Santa Fe, and it's a lot. There's a lot of good programs out there, and I think that'd just be another opportunity to make sure that the people that we represent are aware of the positive programs that are happening, throughout the community. So, however that's done, and it's all up to you if you want to do it or not. I would think that drafting a letter and doing a mail out, or I'm not too crazy about doing a text because I'm suggesting like once a quarter, so 4 times a year, draft a letter just to reach out to the community.
So I know you don't have social media, but I do. But and I do have a page, and I believe Ms. Flores has one too. I don't know if you use your personal, Ms. Rodriguez, but I created one specifically as a board member, and I do post whatever I receive. I'll post it there. I'm not saying that everybody follows me, right? But the people that follow me, they'll see what I'm posting, and Ms. Flores will do the same thing. Ms. Rodriguez will do the same thing. I don't know how public theirs are, but mine is public.
But
I don't know what
the thing here is that I don't know how many students do we have in the district?
According to Day's account, 11,000.
11,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many followers do you have?
You know what? I don't know. I should know. I think about 2,000. I'm not like Gadsden, maybe like 1,000 something.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is just, building that outreach out in the community that reaches out to everybody in every district, either from at least one member of the board or the board president that says, I'm your school board president, and letting you know that this is happening and everything like that. I think it'd just be a good effort to make sure that we're doing everything that we can as a board to engage the community and, again, support all the programs, throughout the district.
Ms. Flores?
I like his idea, and maybe the platform to use would be, if you want to do this, Madam President, is probably using the district social media platforms, a video or a letter, however you'd like. I think would probably help in reaching out more, or even remind.
And again, supporting the programs.
Yeah, supporting programs.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Madam President, so I'm trying to envision exactly what it is what your idea is. So are you saying like all the things that we see during the board meetings, perhaps on a monthly basis, everything that happened on those 2 board meetings, or maybe a quarterly, and having just a snapshot of everything the recognitions, or?
No.
No.
What I'm saying is that we do some outreach as a board that communicates to the community, that and promotes the programs that the district is doing for the community. And like I'm saying, like Jumpstart, it's a great program. It's going on during the summer. Imagine if, you had a reach as a board member that said, I am, I'm your school board president, and I'd like to let you know about this or whatever. Imagine how the people would feel when you're taking time to let them know about the programs, and then maybe we can get more engagement, and maybe more students will be involved. It's a different way of getting out there in a different voice. You know, I think that would be positive for the school. I think it'd be positive for the board, and I think it'd be most positive for the students in the community. You know, even, you know, I'm a fan of drafting an actual letter in English and in Spanish and doing a mail out. So, because when you do a mail out, that piece of paper will sit on somebody's table for a week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, or however long before it gets thrown out. So that, I think, would be a good effort, because we're always asking about how are you engaging with the community. You know, what are we doing to reach out? We get a report every meeting. You know, there's no reason why the board can't do that. And so this is another effort, you know, for us to do our part to reach out to the community, for us to go out there and promote the positive programs that are going on throughout the district. You know, that's my thing. And I've thought, you know, it's like, say for something, you know, if the board does not like it, doesn't want to do it, you know, I myself would just go get a voter list, you know, and get a bunch of addresses and do a mail out myself and pay for it myself. Because I think it's important that as a representative of the community, that they see us and they see us supporting the programs that are in the district.
So I guess my question will be, because if it's a mail out, that costs money. So that will come from the district. I'm just trying to envision like the ideas that you have to like do this, to get this done.
Well, we know that there's funds available, right? There's interest and cash balance. You know, so it would just be something, you know, that happens, you know, every quarter. So it would be an expense that happens. I mean, depending on how it goes, you know. So, but that wouldn't be for us to figure out. It'd be for Mr. Dempsey and his team to figure out and say, well, yeah, we can do that, or we can't do that, or we can do it, you know, this way so it doesn't affect the budget, or, you know, that's for them to do it. The question here is, are you willing to do that? Do you want to do that? Do you think it would be effective? And if the answer is yes, then we would, you know, move forward and then say, okay, Mr. Dempsey, we'd like to do this. How can we get this done? You know, so that's up to you guys.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez?
I think that I think I need to digest this a little bit more. But one of the things that I realize or see is that there's many ways that the parents can receive this information. You know, one of them being like during coffee with the principal, during coffee with the superintendent. So I don't know. Do you think it would have more leverage just if it comes directly from the board? Is that how you feel that maybe it would be? I'm just thinking because personally, I think that that's my duty already, and I try to do that with the community. You know, whenever there's something coming up, you know, and if I have an audience, whether it's at a grocery store, you know, wherever it might be, I try to promote all those things. But I don't know that it necessarily needs to be in writing. Is it really gonna, like, who would it hit? What audience would it hit? Especially when we're already sending, I mean, obviously it's all the parents that we're seeking, right? But that's why we have social media, you know, there's efforts already being done out there. So,
Okay, so
again, tell me more.
It would build a relationship between the board and the community so we can do outreach. Second, it's not a competition between what's going to work more, this or whatever. It's going to be a supportive effort, you know, so why not do that? You know, and I don't understand why anybody would be hesitant to reach out to the community. I mean, I just don't get that. But anyway, so again, I'm not going to say any more. You can digest it as much as you want, but that's my point, is that as a board, we can communicate more with the community and support the programs that are going on through all these people here that are really doing a good job.
Madam President, I just want to make it clear, I'm not hesitating. I'm saying that should be it's our duty, and we should already be doing that. And so I'm not hesitating, and much less it being a competition. I'm just saying that there's many efforts that are already being done. So not that it's, it's not a personal thing. I just feel like we already have that duty. We can already do it, whether it's in writing. I mean, that would be, if you feel like you're not communicating enough with the community, perhaps, you need to address it a different way. And I feel like there's efforts out there being done already. But I get what you say, you want to have that communication or that, or you didn't say it in that way, but, where you have that relationship with the community. I think we can continue the way it is, and the ones that, you mentioned live streams already, or the YouTubes, they can go back to see some of that information. But, I mean, that's just my thought. Thank you.
Flores? No? I like the idea of like continuing, right? Like reaching out. I don't know what that looks like. So if you have more ideas, we can bring it up to the next board meeting, or like, I'm trying to envision it. I don't know. So I don't know what it is that you have in mind, but I mean, I'm open. I mean, we've been asking for forever, right? Like, we should reach out more to the community. We want more. So maybe this is the more. We just don't know how to. I don't know. I don't know if that's even with the help with technology. I don't know how that looks like, but yeah. Sounds good. Okay. So upcoming board meetings and events. So we start tomorrow with graduations. And then everything else is for you guys to put in your calendars. Then moving on to item 16, board follow-up requests of superintendent based on specific agenda items from this meeting.
Madam President, board members, I do not happen to have my laptop with me, and I don't know if somebody maybe can help me. I see somebody pointing. Oh. Yeah, their laptop died. Technical difficulties. Mr. Carmona, the tech guy saves me. Oh, Sid, no tech department.
For you, my Mac, but I didn't want to.
Oh, you don't want to hurt me?
I didn't want to cause it. So.
Okay, you'll have to help me here. So I don't. Thank you. $420, $522. I see it. Okay, let's go through these. So, question that came up today from Ms. Murillo was, are we looking at the number of mental health therapists to increase the number of therapists that we might need? So that was a question that come up. I think how I would answer that is we're always looking at those needs. And again, budget drives that. It's that time of year. I think at some level we probably stretched our budget as far as possible. And I say that because we're getting information about changes in federal programs, like daily. And so I would say we want to be a little cautionary because I don't know what's going to change in federal programs, right? But if needs arise, we're always going to try to address those needs. Could be grants. I mean, there's some conversation around writing grants and those kind of things. Okay. The second one came from Ms. Flores. What are we doing to ensure master schedules are taken account the needs of special education students, prep periods for special education teachers. So, you know, at the end of the day, I think we should know as we build schedules, you actually should be building your schedules for specials first, not after. And I will share, like I did, is that Mr. Wogomuth and Mr. Araujo have been working on schedules, I mean, really since late in the fall. So they've been very early on them. And I think you're going to see more and more schedules that are a little, I might use the word tighter or better designed. And I'm already seeing some of the results of that work. So I appreciate our directors and the work that they've done along that. And there's always room for improvement. Here's what I would tell you about a master schedule. There is no perfect master schedule. If there was, we would all have it on ChatGPT and it'd be easy to get. Because what one person, what me as a teacher think is a master schedule, the other teacher says, oh, no, that's not good. Here's what works best for me. And we have to administratively come in and say, okay, but this is what works best for kids. And so, yeah, to your point in that. And I appreciate that comment. Another question from Ms. Flores associated with Spanish interpreters in IEP meetings. And I think Ms. Rodriguez responded with that is, part of the understanding, though, is we want to be, when we're talking to parents, we don't want to be using the technical terms that many of us in education use. We want to be speaking in parent-friendly language, which in Spanish or English, we want to help them understand. Because they're not, any common parent who can be very intelligent, when I walk up and say, what are you doing with your BIP? They're going to go, I don't know what that is, if you don't know what a behavior intervention plan is. And so that kind of language we need to be cautious of using and in those IEP meetings. Okay. The next one came from Ms. Morillo. GISD to host NMPED SPED professional development with the cabinet. So we'll work on that. Next one came from Mr. Morales was a link to the workshop. What helps us, and you know, I have Mr. Carmona, is prior knowing you guys won't be here, a couple days before, you're not going to be here, so that we can prep things. Now, I will tell you that works here. When we're out at a campus, there's no way I can pull it off. We do not have the ability to consistently pull that off.
Yeah, but that was my concern because I was planning to be here. And at the last minute, I couldn't, so I had to get into my office.
Right, we understand. I mean, I get it. Things happen
What
in
I'm
life.
saying is that if there's a link available, you know, to us and it's sent out, you know, whatever it is, then we can just click on the link or be here in person.
Right, and we can do that when we're here. Links in here, just like Dr. Acosta linking in, we can make that work. Out at a campus, really difficult to do, almost impossible. So, okay, all right.
Mr. Dempsey.
Sorry.
Hi, I just wanted to make sure. Why is it just help me understand, why is it very difficult to create a link at campuses?
Sure. Let's let an expert explain.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. In short, we've spent approximately $30,000 worth of equipment, worth of upgrades in this room. And we've had a company called AVX come out twice and to get us to where we are here. Mobily, every room is different, and it just requires logistically, it's almost impossible right now with the level of equipment that we have. We're trying and we're making strides. Now I feel very confident about being able to provide virtual participation in this room. But even then, right before this meeting, we were getting some feedback and we had to scramble to get that fixed. And I don't know if you feel the same way, but having a board meeting in which you're experiencing lots of technical difficulties, it just doesn't look good for the district. It doesn't really work for the meeting, and it frustrates everyone. So I'm with Superintendent Dempsey in that if you need to be remotely tied in here, we can do that, and we absolutely can do that. At a campus, I just want to put you through the day very quickly. Usually it's in their cafeteria, which means that their last lunch usually ends a little bit after noon, And then they want to show off a very clean cafeteria, so like their cafeteria cleaning has to happen. They have to buff the floors. So we can't really start setting up for the 5 o'clock, sometimes 4 o'clock meeting till about 1. And that's a very quick turnaround when you're literally deploying cameras, speakers, and live streaming equipment. So I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to paint a very sort of transparent picture of how difficult logistically it is to get a board meeting live streamed with good audio off the ground at a campus.
So really, it's because of the audio.
The audio is
Factor.
probably the most difficult item to get straight, yes.
And I'm just going to add about the audio here. I know you're working on it, and I appreciate it. You know, continue to work, because it's yeah. Even when like the gentleman, Dr. Fierro, no,
Acosta?
it was kind of hard to hear.
Yes, so, and thank you for that. We do realize that, and this is not going to. We hear it just great because the speakers are pointing out towards the audience. So we do need to do something so that you can get monitors so that you can also hear. So sometimes I'll get that feedback from people on the dais that, well, really I can't hear it very well. So thank you for that feedback. We'll work on it. And we do have our goal is to be able to perform seamlessly and equally on campuses as well. But it's just it's a very slow process.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Camarda. The next question, I think, came from, this was Ms. Flores. Are we doing anything to increase the salary or adjust the salaries of athletic trainers? And my response is, what we've really done is tried to adjust the job description and hours as opposed to specific salary pieces. Now, they're receiving the 4% increase just like everyone else, okay? And then the final one was a request that you guys had a discussion about, quarterly letter from the school board to the community. And I'll continue to let you have that discussion, and you can give me direction on it.
Okay. So with that, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Morales has made a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 10:03. Have a good night.